Today is a celebration, a time to mark 20 years of service for Connected Nation. What began in Kentucky in 2001 has now evolved into a national effort to improve lives and communities across the country.
From Barrow, Alaska to San Juan, Puerto Rico, we have seen the digital divide in almost every measure.
But today, as we go live across the country, it's also an example of how broadband can bring us together and a moment in time for us to ask, what must we do to make sure everyone can take part?
Our task is to find the chasms in the digital divide.
That chasm is 42 million Americans who right now lack access to high-speed internet, a number that represents, among others, millions of students and teachers.
Come to any school and you're going to see the divide.
We didn't do the virtual anything, so it was very difficult.
Millions of low-income families.
Not everyone can afford a computer, and not everybody knows how to use a computer.
And millions living in rural communities.
Shame on us that a rural child has to go to McDonald's or the parking lot at Farm Bureau to get internet. Shame on us.
Today, as we look at where our country has been and how much closer it's gotten in the last decade to increasing digital equity, we must also address the critical work that still needs to be done.
I feel pretty bad kinda, and I feel like I wish we could give them stuff that we have.
People smarter than me is going to figure all that out. But you got to connect the last mile.
We need to band together, take action right now.
Welcome to 20 years of Connecting the Nation, a national conversation on the digital divide.
Welcome to everyone joining us from across the country for this history-making event. I'm Emily Buck, Washington News Bureau Chief for RFD TV. Over the next few hours, we'll be taking you live to cities across the U.S. for a national conversation on the digital divide and sharing stories from those directly impacted by the digital equity gap. We begin our day here in Washington, D.C. with a focus on broadband infrastructure and emerging technologies. Let's meet our outstanding panelists who will be sharing their perspective with us today. We have Farah Ahmad, Chief of Staff for USDA Rural Development, the department that works directly with rural communities to fund and implement infrastructure projects. Next, we have Hunter Newby, who's the CEO of Newby Ventures. His primary field of interest has been in network infrastructure. And also with us today is Daniel Gutwein, Director of the N50 project at Intel Corporation, which is an effort to connect and gain meaningful participation from the next 3.9 billion people on Earth. Welcome, everyone. Farah, let's start with you. One of the main goals of USDA's Reconnect program is to bring critical infrastructures into rural communities. Give us a picture of what that's like and where we're at.
Thank you so much for that question, and it is a pleasure to be here talking about this important issue today, which is broadband connectivity. So let me just start off by saying that USDA's role is very unique in the broadband space. Our focus is really working with rural communities, about populations of 20,000 people or less, and really connecting people who are the least connected, the most vulnerable. And you mentioned one of our broadband programs, Reconnect, which is, I would say, the flagship, but we actually have a whole host of broadband programs, some of which I'll touch upon a little bit later today. But let me start with Reconnect, which is, our biggest program that we have right now. In fact, we just launched our third round of Reconnect funding, which was $1.15 billion that the Secretary of Agriculture announced in October. We were really excited to announce this really critical funding. This funding will be both for grants and loans for broadband infrastructure. And we've made some really important changes to the program that's different than the first two rounds. So one of those major changes is really around speeds. So what are they required to build when they are recipients of our grants and loans? So in prior rounds, folks had to build out to 25.3 megabits per second. Now we've increased that threshold to 100 over 100. And the reason we did this is because we feel that rural communities should have the same quality of broadband speed and reliable high-speed internet as urban communities. So this was a fundamental change that we made that we're that we are really proud of, and this really meets the President's mission, which is to provide 100% connectivity, high-speed, reliable, quality internet to everybody, including every corner of every state and rural communities who are part of the backbone of our economy. And one other big change that we made in this round of Reconnect funding was really around sufficient access. So how do we define who has sufficient access and who doesn't? So we've defined that as 100/20. And so that really widens what we define as who has quality access and who doesn't. And it makes a much bigger part of our country open to more of our funding. So we're excited to get new projects in and to really work with a lot of communities who haven't been able to access our funding in the past.
Certainly a lot of exciting things going on at USDA right now with the administration. Now, Daniel, infrastructure, obviously the physical infrastructure is certainly very important, but in some communities you need some programming to go with that. Tell us a little bit about what that looks like for you with N50.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Emily, and thanks again for having us here today, and it's good to be here with some good friends. So the N50 project, I mean, like you just said, I mean, the infrastructure is one of multiple different piece parts when it comes to participation. And so at the N50, which stands for the next 50% of the world that doesn't currently participate in the digital economy and digital space, a lot of those have connectivity but choose not to participate. And so what we've done from that particular perspective is looked at, why don't people participate when they actually have the ability to connect? And doing some work with our friends over at Connected Nation, the ITU, the GSMA, and so on, we actually came down and said it's really one of 4 different things. One is literacy. And we have a massive digital literacy gap both around the world and in the US. People have never turned on a smartphone, never turned on a computer before, and yet we expect them to know how to go out there and find decent applications that will enrich their lives. The second piece beyond literacy is applications. Like, what do people do when they actually know how to actually use a compute system? The third thing comes back around language. You still have some language issues in other parts of the world, although there's certainly great programs and applications that can help solve that. And then cost is number 4, which we're doing a lot of things here in the US and around the world to actually solve that. And so the N50 project, we're really focused on, participation, closing that participation gap once people have the connectivity. And we look at that as how do we provide, not just applications, but human enriching applications as defined by these communities, particularly rural communities, which generally stem around education, healthcare, agriculture, entrepreneurship, some fintech and stuff like that. And the N50 is an alliance of companies coming together to actually tackle that particular problem. So that's really what we're focused on. We look at not just connectivity, that's a piece of it, a major important piece of it, but once you have it, how does that connectivity actually truly enrich those users' lives is really what we're focused on. Right. Now, Hunter, one of the big questions is finding the right kind of infrastructure for a community. Your model, Hunter Newbie Projects, that is really looking at the idea of network neutrality, which is something that we don't hear of very often. Tell us a little bit about what that looks like.
Sure. Thank you for the question. Thanks for having me, and thank you guys for being here. So Newbie Ventures is my holding company, which I set up about 5 years ago for the purposes of directed investments in network infrastructure. So I've been in this space and doing this for over 20 years now. Essentially the real estate business for networks. So defining what neutral means is just to not be a carrier. So the real estate, and I literally mean the dirt, the building, the physical infrastructure that houses network elements, not owned by a service provider itself. And if you think about that, it might be a subtle little nuance, but the truth of the matter is, from the inception of the Bell telephone system and what have you, they had to buy the land and build the building to house the equipment. So separating that or bifurcating those two things is really what's created this opportunity to create interconnection facilities that provide for highest quality, lowest cost, best performance for anyone that wants to participate at the network level, right? So local network operators can be essentially a tenant in these facilities and serve local communities that then give rise to the opportunity to bring content, as Dan was referring to, closer to those users, and it reduces latency and costs. So Newbie Ventures has made a lot of directed investments in that space. And then I also have some other infrastructure investments in fintech that are related to network infrastructure and blockchain, but we can talk about that later.
Absolutely, we can talk about it later. Now, Farah, coming back to you, this is all about community development and building sustainable communities that really help lift people out of poverty and help make a difference in their life. How does the administration view broadband connectivity as an important factor in that?
It's a great question, Emily. And I want to touch on something that Daniel said earlier, which is, infrastructure and connectivity is one piece of it, but it has to be end to end. How are folks actually using this? And what we're really excited about is we're thinking about broadband as a tool to advance equity. As you said, this is part of community development holistically. We view bringing this infrastructure and connectivity to the last mile as a way to make sure that communities have everything they need to succeed economically. So whether that's kids being able to go to school virtually when needed, and it's not just during the pandemic. Even before the pandemic, we knew that kids needed to be able to be connected virtually, especially in rural communities when maybe they live in a mountain and the snow is really bad and they can't actually reach school. We also know this is a tool to help with critical services, making sure that hospitals have connectivity to perform critical telehealth services, for educational institutions to do distance learning, as I mentioned before, and then really for businesses. So this is an economic driver so that businesses and entrepreneurs can connect to new marketplaces, which is really important in rural communities when that's a great way to reach the global marketplace. So we view connectivity as just one tool in the toolbox to do really important, inclusive community and economic development. And I want to share just a couple of changes that we've made to try to do that a little bit more robustly from the federal government perspective and to advance the president's agenda around universal broadband and around equity, which is, we're trying to make our programs like Reconnect more accessible by lowering barriers. So we know that socially vulnerable communities, for example, can't, put up a match requirement to receive our funding. So we're actually waiving the match for socially vulnerable communities in this round of Reconnect, which we are so excited about, in hopes that this funding reaches to further places and harder to reach places, and places that just have a little bit less capacity and maybe some less technical expertise. We're also really excited that we're basing a lot of our funding on economic need and going to the places that really have been in distress, particularly because of the pandemic. So we've made some really important changes to drive equity in reaching those communities, and we look forward to seeing what kind of applications we get in and how we can use those dollars to the best of our ability.
Yeah, now the N50 project sort of feels like it has a big component of equity too as well. Daniel, do you want to add on a little bit to that?
Yeah, I'll add on a couple things. And first of all, this is kind of core to what we do. Our purpose as a company is to create world-changing technology that impacts the lives of every person on Earth. And I was thinking we've done a great job of that. Our industry's done a great job of that over the last, many, many decades, but we've left half the world behind. And so you look at that from an equity perspective, and equity is just value, it's information exchange, it's being able to have everyone be able to utilize things in an equal playing field. But I'll flip the equation a little bit too, because we always kind of think of like, we've left half the world behind. But I would challenge those of us that are connected is what are we missing from that half the world? And let me give you an example. Pick your favorite problem in the world today. Let's say that we have the 10 most knowledgeable experts to solve that problem. We line them up in a room and we say, hey, the 10 of you, but I'm only going to listen to half of you. That's kind of like what we've done if you think about it. I don't know, who we're missing from, the information we're missing because we don't have that connectivity with those individuals. And in a world where information exchange is done digitally, I also feel from an equitable perspective, we kind of owe it to ourselves a little bit too to hear from the rest of the world. I don't know if there's another Elon Musk sitting somewhere that's going to change, if we drive or go to space. We don't know that. And so I would challenge all of us not just to think about, bringing them in, but also whether their contributions could be, to our society and as we try to help solve problems. And that's what we're working on from the N50 perspective.
Now, Farah, you mentioned that a lot of times communities can't meet the match, and we hear a lot about cost being one of the barriers. Now, Hunter, with Newbie Ventures, your model of network neutrality can help with costs.
Yes.
Talk a little bit about how it can be cost effective for communities.
So one of the projects that I worked on with Connected Nation a few years ago was through a contract that they had with the state of Iowa to sort of fix the broadband problem. And it was focused on a particular area. And I actually was, welcome to and be involved in the E-rate RFP proposal. I helped draft some language, just changed basically a couple of paragraphs in this, and I'd never done this before, but I was familiar with it. And essentially what we did was we moved the demarcation point for the purchase of internet transit from the school buildings themselves to a common aggregated point. And then by doing that, we're able to drive down costs because I could attract wholesale providers to that point. And it helped reduce the cost of transit for over 15 school districts in Iowa by 90%. That's what I do. So it's the aggregation model, which I refer to and have for 20 years as a meet me room. I don't want to get technical with anybody, but it's just a physical point where networks meet and interconnect. And then by doing that, it helps drive wholesale rates. So that's it. It speaks exactly to what Farah was talking about and what Dan's talking about. When I think about equity, I think about private equity. I think about capital investment, ownership and control. And I can tell you right now, the digital divide in this country and around the world is as such because investment of capital in those locations doesn't have a guaranteed rate of return. So it requires someone to stimulate that. But the model must be correct. Ownership and control for the perpetuation of neutrality, promised and made that at the beginning for the entirety of its existence, has to be there. And then those wholesale rates and improved latency can remain in place for the benefit of everybody in those communities, you know, for as far out as you can see. So that's what I've done with Connected Nation, and I continue to, you know, I hope to do with them.
Certainly an interesting model, and one we don't hear very often about. So, you know, you hear a lot about just companies laying the fiber or the wireless tower. So it's interesting to hear how that can help create sort of a meeting ground.
They all need a neutral home.
Opportunities. Yeah.
If it's not neutral, it doesn't work.
Now, you know, Daniel, you've kind of led Intel's efforts on emerging technologies ranging from AI to robotics. You know, from your perspective as a thought leader, you know, where should this infrastructure conversation be going as we look ahead?
It's a loaded question, Emily. I mean, it's, you know, it's looking in the crystal ball. But I think, you know, what I've talked a little bit about here today, and what Hunter was just referring to too. I mean, this isn't like a revolutionary new technology. Right? I don't know that anything is like revolutionarily new that we're talking about. We're talking about extending the reach, and we're talking about extending the reach. We're talking about putting applications where they actually make the most sense, where you have the best experience on it, where the cost is actually somewhat cost efficient on it. And I would almost argue that it's more new business models if you think about it, right? And so I always look at, and you mentioned AI and robotics and stuff like that, and those are all fun things to go work on. But from this particular perspective, I mean, you know, you're looking at, you know, where do you put the content, right? And you move from the cloud to the core, right? And now, as Hunter was talking about, out to the edge as well. And we're doing that in many of the architectures that we're working on with the N50 project. Is where do you put that content? But to me, like, the innovation comes back to who are the content providers that have a vested ROI interest in seeing the rest of the world come online, right? And I think that that's where you're going to find the sustainability that doesn't just connect people, but keeps them connected and enriches their lives, right? And so you mentioned a little bit about equity and you know, equity ventures and stuff like that. There's, you know, I would challenge our industry. There's a lot of money still to be made, and I don't want to go down that path right now about connecting the rest of the world. But there's a lot of applications. We ran a small contest. We were part of a contest with the ATU out of Johannesburg back this past fall. And it was an entrepreneur contest, and the first place prize was like a few $1,000s. This wasn't like this massive thing. We had over 100, I think we had 113 entrepreneur applications that passed the first round. Mm-hmm. And so you think about, like, you know, kind of looking at that crystal ball, where does this go? It's those entrepreneurs that, as I always say, are developing, you know, local applications to solve local problems, right? And we're just trying to build the infrastructure to allow those applications to land. But if we can do that, I think you're going to see this not only self-fund in a lot of areas, but self-sustain. And you'll have private enterprise coming in that has a vested return of investment interest, and actually seeing these rural communities not only come online, but stay online. And I mean, every, you know, education provider, streaming service provider, fintech provider, you know, if I went to any of these companies and said, hey, oh, by the way, we're interested in opening up your addressable market by 3.1 billion people, are you interested? Of course, I say yes, we're very interested. And I think you've got to continue to focus on that particular perspective of it to see this, I think, grow and sustain in the future. And to close the gap. I mean, people ask all the time, what's the goal of the N50? It's to put it out of business, right? It's to put it out of business to where the entire world is interconnecting and they're all able to participate in the digital space. And the N50 becomes the N40 and the N30 and the N20 and the N5 and we're gone. Like this isn't, we're not trying to create an empire here, we're trying to connect people.
You know, we hear a lot, it's hard to attract companies to rural communities, whether it's because, you know, the infrastructure that's not there that needs to be built, or maybe some of the other amenities that rural communities don't always have. How do we attract, you know, these new ventures to rural communities?
So and again, I'm sure my friends here would have some good input on that too, but I'll just say that again, I disagree that it's difficult to attract people. It's difficult to attract the initial investment, right? But if you look at it from a different perspective and you look at it from the private enterprise play, and those companies that have a vested interest in expanding their addressable market from people coming online, to me, I mean, we have multiple partners that are joining the N50 project right now because of that exact benefit. And I think that if you focus on that private enterprise place, you'll attract those partners. The infrastructure is going to come. It's just a matter of how do we get them to participate. And I believe there's got to be that true ROI back to those companies to actually create the sustainability. And again, I mean, I can give you thousands of examples, but I mean, one example I'll just tell you real quickly if I can is, think of it in a value perspective, right? I met a fisherman one time in the rural parts of Zambia, in the middle of nowhere, 100 miles from running water, power, anything, and the guy had a cell phone and he took calls from the dock that actually called him proactively to say, we're coming to the dock so you can come down and fish. This individual spent a disproportionate amount from the Western world's thought on paying for his top-up minutes for his cell service, but it was the only way he could actually make money as a fisherman. And so, I mean, little examples like that, you gotta look at the private enterprise play, I believe, to see this sustainable.
Hunter, thoughts on that? How do we attract new infrastructure, new companies to rural communities that can help with this broadband conversation?
These are great points, and I think that especially when you get further away from where critical mass exists and density exists in larger cities, where what I do and many other things that are based on the network effect exist, but they're sort of cloaked by the fact that there's already a critical mass of people. When you move farther away from those big cities and you get sort of more disparate areas, common infrastructure needs to be created: roads, water, electric. And if you think about some of the biggest socialized capital projects, the Interstate Highway Act or the TVA or the Rural Electrification Act, those were examples of where the federal government stepped in and invested in that basic infrastructure, then allowed businesses to happen and appliances to be bought and trucks to roll and everything else. So we can continue to talk about the broadband gap, and it will continue to exist until someone steps in with the capital to build base level infrastructure. Like all these partners that you talk about in the N50, they're all looking for a home, not all, but many of them are looking for a home for their network elements, their equipment. I'd love to be the landlord for them all over the world. I'm a pretty simple guy. I just like the landlord, I collect rent, and I give a neutral home where I don't discriminate against anyone, and I allow everyone to come and interconnect. That type of environment being invested in and created in areas where people live, but they don't have that network hub, that's the gap. Solve that problem, and then from that moment forward, networks, content, applications continue to exist and grow in that point. Whatever the next app is, whatever the next great thing is, it will physically locate in that site. And I know this because I've been doing this for 20 years, but in the big cities in the US, and it's all been there, done that. American Tower bought Crown CoreSite yesterday for $10 billion. It's a known thing that this is a very real, solid market and business. It just needs to be expanded into places where it doesn't exist.
Now, Farah, before we wrap up here, I want to give you a couple minutes. The president has been successful in passing his infrastructure package, and we also have now the Build Back Better agenda, which Congress and the Senate are obviously working on. Tell us a little bit about how those packages are meant to help move the needle on broadband and connectivity.
Yes, it was truly an exciting week this week. I actually get to see the president sign that this week, and it's a historic investment. Hunter was just talking about some of the previous acts and how the federal government has actually invested. So, For us at USDA, we always think about the Electrification Act and how that actually transformed rural communities, giving them the power and the tools they needed to succeed. We actually see this historic infrastructure package as another way of doing that, reinvesting in communities all across this nation, but particularly in rural communities. In that package, for example, there's $65 billion for broadband. Now, some of that will come to infrastructure, but there's also funds in there for digital equity, which my colleagues today were talking about, digital literacy, affordability, the whole gamut of all the tools that we need to make broadband more accessible to more people in more places and sooner. But we also heard the president talk about how this is just part one of two. There's still reconciliation on the table. We're excited about what that can do. But we actually think both of those in tandem will help return a major competitive edge to the U.S. that we're a little bit at a risk of losing, particularly when it comes to the digital divide. So we think these will be very transformational for folks across the nation, but particularly in rural communities as well.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Daniel, Farah, Hunter, for all of your thoughts today on this important infrastructure conversation. Very great start to the day for our Connected Nation panel here. Now stay tuned. Learn how better broadband mapping can actually impact how good your internet access is. And we take you to Sugar Land, Texas for a discussion on improving rural connectivity. But first, what a retired colonel is asking us all to do for those who have served our nation.
I'm Colonel Blaine Hedges. I served almost 3 decades in the United States military.
When you hear somebody say thank you for your service, what does that mean to you?
You know what, to me, when somebody says that, I reflect back on my time. I would tell you that it was an honor to serve, and it makes me proud. It makes me proud to be an American. It makes me proud to have served.
Retired Colonel Blaine Hedges served his country for nearly 28 years. Moving from assignment to assignment and rising through the ranks from platoon leader to brigade commander and beyond.
The first time I was at the Pentagon, I was an intern in the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff intern program. So I did a year with actually the Office of the Secretary of Defense, and then I went over to the Army staff, and I was a special assistant to the Chief of Staff of the Army himself.
Although he's officially retired, Colonel Hedges continues to serve in a new way by supporting others who have, as he put it, raised their right hand and said they would defend and protect the Constitution.
Because I would tell you, because I know what a veteran goes through.
That includes the sometimes difficult transition to civilian life.
It was a lot harder than I thought it was going to. We speak a different language, like literally. So you're talking to people and you're using acronyms or you're using terminology that you think is normal, and it's not. The way that folks that haven't served do business, responsiveness, there's just a lot of things that are different.
Those challenges are just part of why our nation's veterans are struggling. It's estimated that nearly 1.4 million veterans are living in poverty, and as of 2020, 6.7% of veterans were unemployed. And according to national nonprofit Digitunity, 1/3 of low-income veterans do not have internet service at home, and 40% do not own a computer. An issue when you consider the need for veterans to access VA services and more.
One of the most cruel expressions of the digital divide is that amongst some of our communities and citizens that have given the most, and that is in our veteran community.
That's why Government Solutions and Services, a company Colonel Hedges now runs, joined with Connected Nation to ensure that every individual and family in America has better internet connectivity.
To me, broadband, specifically high-speed broadband, is a requirement in today's digital society. And the digital divide gap that you're talking about, or what I would like to say are the haves and the have-nots, it's growing.
The two groups are taking a two-pronged approach, tackling the need and raising awareness for better internet connectivity while supporting veterans and military spouses through Connected Nation's telework-based training and job placement program, Digital Works.
We start talking about military spouses and their unemployment rate is 7 times the national average, and you're required to move every 2 or 3 years. When you have telework and you can sit there and never lose your job, the only time you don't have access to your job is when you don't have access to the internet.
The Digital Works program has already helped military spouses and veterans in Fort Knox and Fort Campbell. The hope is to expand classes to other military facilities across the country, and Colonel Hedges invites you to join the effort.
we need to band together, take action right now. Instead of asking, it's really, I'm begging, I'm pleading with you. Make sure that if you've got the ability and you've got the resources, join Connected Nation and GS2. Help us focus on making sure that every active duty military, veteran, retiree, and their family members have access to high-speed broadband.
From Crescent, Oklahoma to Sydney, Illinois, to all the rural communities in between and across the country, there's a reason millions of Americans love a small town or country way of life.
I love this community because it feels like family.
It's quiet, you know your neighbors, you wave at people, you look out for people.
There's cooperation and everybody knows each other, and that way you know who needs what. And if somebody needs something, we jump to the cause.
Rural America is a place that generations of the same families have grown up together.
Most of the people I went to preschool with and had been in the same grade with them, you know, from elementary all the way till we graduated. So just a very close-knit community, and a lot of our parents even went to school together. So it was just a really close-knit community.
I grew up about 4 miles south of town out in the country on the 7 Hills Road. My family had been there forever. There's 7 of us, and yeah, we just grew up in the country.
It's also a place where community members and families work the land together and build legacies, not just for their children, but their children's children.
I'm a 4th-generation farmer from Central Illinois. I farm with my dad and my grandpa.
My dad and mom live on a Centennial farm.
I'm a longtime resident of the Sydney area. I'm a 4th-generation farmer. I grew up and live 2 miles in the same place for all my life.
But sadly, there's a threat to this way of life that millions of Americans have come to love. There's a lack of access to the technology and internet connectivity that can help ensure rural areas continue to thrive.
Our county is pretty unique in that we have a Big Ten university, the University of Illinois, right here in our backyard. And trying to retain some of these individuals or attract individuals to some of small town America that want to work from home because now they can, but if they don't have good internet connection, they're not going to move to the small towns, let alone move into the country.
This so-called brain drain in rural America means those who may want to stay and raise families are instead leaving because they don't have the access to higher paying jobs and other resources they need, all of which good broadband can help provide.
Yes, we can get it. It is not always reliable, and I think that's the other side of it. And then you talk about the affordability of it as well. So if you live in the country, it may cost you a little bit more to get a reliable service.
Dennis Riggs owns the Sydney Dairy Barn. He points out that just like in urban areas, internet access is critical for small town business owners.
From a 50-mile radius, they come to our little town. I just got the second most favorite ice cream shop in the area award from our local radio station, and I'm talking, I beat out all the ice cream shops in the town of 50,000 people. Sydney here, our little town, has 1,300 people, and yet on weekends, just all the time, we have people that make a special trip. As I often say, all roads lead through the Sydney Dairy Barn.
But it's not just young adults or local business owners who need better connectivity. School children, teachers, and parents are also struggling without high-speed internet in their homes.
Last year I had 3 kids. At the time, 2 of them were in school, and you know, I would try to work from home, and there were times we had real challenges of 2 of them being online for school and me being at home to work.
My wife, she was an ag teacher. They had huge struggles getting their students connected to the internet. She was teaching in a different county which didn't have quite the good internet connection as we do here.
You just don't have the capability to do everything you need to do in one home setting. So that was a challenge that every home had to meet on top of what the schools were asking the parents to do with their children at homes.
And in 2020, in the midst of the pandemic, many learned senior citizens who have lived in these small communities their whole lives needed help using the technology and accessing the internet.
The fact that the future will probably be more online, and so we need to teach people the technology.
It's something that can help senior citizens in any community, whether to alleviate social isolation or to access telehealth.
Hospitals anymore, your doctor's offices, you have to do your scheduling online. You have to have the My Carl app or the, My Christie apps and those kind of things. And okay, like my mom, she's 86, and I thought, there's no way. I mean, this is not even something that they can do.
And you can't talk about rural America without bringing up why farmers and ranchers must have better, more reliable access to high-speed internet.
So the data that's involved in agriculture is just huge these days. And it isn't just agronomy side either.
The tractor cab maybe 30 years ago didn't involve much technology, but today we have 3 or 4 different screens in the combine and planters just to keep track and make sure help us be better at what we do.
Remember Dennis Riggs from earlier? He makes and sells homemade ice cream at the Sydney Dairy Barn. Turns out he uses ingredients from the Riggs family farm and says he realized years ago that the local agricultural industry needed better internet access. So Riggs rounded up some friends to fix the problem.
We created Prairie iNet back in April of '99.
Using grain elevators all over Illinois and Iowa, the company built 150 towers and signed up a whole lot of users.
People loved it. I mean, once they started, we can send pictures to grandma. We can make audio files and send them. It was like 5 times the speed that we'd ever had before. And of course, as this whole industry has done, it just kept getting better and faster and more economical.
He's since sold the company to an internet service provider based in Texas, but is proud of the progress he helped to make.
We did it first by building our own system. Still got my original setup on my farm 6 miles south of town.
Riggs admits there are challenges when it comes to connecting rural America, but that if nothing else, the pandemic has proven it's critical to do so. And now, there is funding to make it possible.
Spend it in the right place. If all this money is going to get spent, let's build it for routers and fiber and the things that actually make the internet work. People smarter than me is going to figure all that out. But you got to connect the last mile.
Good morning. I'm Todd Spencer, your moderator for the second panel discussion today, which is focused on the rural broadband conversation. I'm coming to you live from the Fort Bend Independent School District, which is located in Sugar Land, Texas. This is the only all-student-run location of the day. Everyone here is excited to be a part of this national conversation on the digital divide. Let's meet our panelists. Jessica Harris, who serves as a state program director for the Connected Nation Texas, the statewide program of Connected Nation. Ms. Harris also serves on the Governor's Broadband Development Council and represents Texas and NTIA state broadband Leaders Network. Eddie Hopkins, who is the Executive Director of Jasper Economic Development Corporation and Broad Chair Texas Forest County Partnerships. Dr. Christopher Alley, who is the Associate Professor of Media Students at the University of Virginia. Dr. Alley recently published Farm Fresh Broadband, The Politics of Rural Connectivity. And last but not least, David McCullough, who is the president and owner of Hill Country Wireless Technology and Hill Country Towers. Welcome, everyone. Ladies first, so let's start with Jennifer. Good morning. I would like for each of you to briefly explain your understanding of the main problem with broadband access in rural communities. So Jennifer.
Well, to start, in Texas, we're just a really big state and infrastructure costs a lot of money. So when we're thinking about the challenges of broadband, we've got to think about how expensive it is to get it to families, but then also how expensive it is when they're trying to subscribe to broadband. And we often see that in our rural areas, when that infrastructure does exist, that the cost is higher, much, much higher than in urban areas for that connection. So we really have to think about broadband holistically, urban, suburban, or rural, but particularly in our rural areas, we seem to see all of those challenges really compound upon each other to make that connectivity challenge even tougher.
So, Jennifer, can you elaborate on your goals for Connected Nation Texas? What obstacles do you foresee?
So our goals with Connected Nation Texas over the past over 2 years have been to make sure that the state of Texas has the best data available so that we can plan toward the future and toward closing the digital divide. We've also been working directly with communities. I think over 30 communities, over 40 counties at this point in Texas, primarily rural, have been working toward building local technology action plans so that they're ready with data about both the supply side and the demand side from the communities, so that when we see all of these federal dollars that are headed our way, these communities are actually going to be prepared to go after grants and other opportunities, partner with providers and public-private partnerships, and really be prepared to take advantage of these dollars, use them responsibly, and create sustainable change.
Eddie, could you also respond? Would you
Sure.
have anything to say?
Jennifer and Connected Nation has really been a blessing for our county. We're a rural East Texas county, one county over from the Louisiana state line, and without the help we've had of collecting data, knowing our needs, we wouldn't be where we are today. We saw a huge deficiency in subscribers or folks that had the ability to subscribe. There wasn't even a service they could subscribe to. One of the things Jennifer said was affordability. That's one thing that we are really focused on. If our folks can't afford it, then they feel even more inferior than they do without it. So our folks in our part of the country pay about 4 times more for broadband internet connectivity than folks in the Dallas Metroplex or maybe even here in Fort Bend County. So, affordability has been our goal, but getting it installed and having it for folks to subscribe to. So with the data that we've been able to put together through Connected Nation, we now know really some granular data that we're able to target and pinpoint and use. We're trying to be data driven on our decision making, and we knew the mapping wasn't good. And when Connected Nation came in, they really saw that and recognized that. And the mapping today is head and shoulders above what it was when we started. So we're excited about the future.
Thank you, Eddie. So, Christopher, you recently published a book called Farm Fresh Broadband, The Politics of Rural Connectivity. Why did you write this book?
That's a great question. Part of it is that I wrote it because no one had written this book yet. But the other is that there was a need to have kind of a high level policy conversation about rural broadband. And so much of my book and my research is around why have policymakers at the federal level failed to provide the infrastructure necessary for broadband, the affordability necessary for broadband in rural communities. And so I think what the book does is it traces a history of this policy failure and hopefully points a road forward for policymakers, for local communities, for providers to connect the underconnected in the country.
Who would you say your book that you wrote benefits?
Hopefully everyone who reads it. But I think I you write as an academic, I wrote for academics, but But I also, I wrote for policymakers. I wanted to make sure that all the folks that I talked to and interviewed for the book, from people on the street to providers to policymakers to local officials to mayors and city councilors and boards of supervised members, that everyone who I talked to would be able to read and see themselves in my book. So I think it's for anyone and everyone who is interested in this issue of rural broadband, rural connectivity, and how to connect this country with high speed, high quality, affordable broadband.
Thank you. So, hi, David. You've actually established broadband in your own rural community. This is Johnson City, which is in Hill Country, Texas, right?
In the Hill Country, that's correct.
Yes. Can you describe how this has benefited the community?
Well, night and day difference. I mean, it's hard to even explain in one story. We were fortunate that we started our business about 5 years ago. So pre-COVID, internet was a need. Post-COVID, it's a necessity. People's livelihoods, children getting education, teachers. People congregated around our library because it was the only building in town that had internet. So people were there at 5 a.m. in the parking lots till 10 p.m. at night doing homework, pizza deliveries, even going to the library and feeding people in their cars. Being able to transition that so they can work out of their home, do school out of their home, be connected to the community and the world in itself has been just an amazing journey. We have story after story and teachers who are able to spend more quality time with their family, churches being able to do their sermons remotely to people who can't always come to church, telemedicine. We have folks that are on certain different heart machines that had to go into Austin several times a week. Now they go once a month because all the doctors can now connect to them remotely and be able to do video conferencing. All these basic things that we take advantage of that are we're not realizing how much it changes people's life having this type of technology.
So, do you believe that the effort, cost, and time spent implementing broadband in these rural communities outweighs the gain of doing so?
Well, absolutely. We need to be doing this. If kind of answered a different way, would I have done this, again? Absolutely. What we've gotten out of the reward, the community, the service, being able to help our community, businesses coming in, the economic growth, social growth has been just amazing change and transformation for our community. We're just a piece of the puzzle of the growth. We're a piece of the puzzle to even just the morale of the community, people hanging around the squares, talking, communicating, going into coffee shops, all these things that are now more possible because of the internet. Is it worth the conversation? Is it worth the journey? Is it worth the investment? Absolutely it is.
Eddie, would you like to respond?
I would. The model that he is proposing or implementing in Johnson City, I feel like it's going to be done over and over and over again in local communities. And our city council in Jasper, as a matter of fact, has just voted to study, and we've hired engineers to put together a municipal broadband. So we see a need. One of the things that I'm interested to talk to David about is the cost, and is it something that the folks in his area can afford and can enjoy. One of the things that I really struggle with is our students not having access, and we've seen that really rise in level during COVID. That had to do their studies in class at home. And another problem is the fact that if you've got multiple students in the home, can they all do their lesson at the same time because of the lack of broadband? So I think the definition of broadband is probably going to change. 25.3 I don't think is going to be adequate at all. It's not adequate now, and Jennifer can probably address that. But I think just having access, and I'm excited about the model that Johnson City is doing, and I will take a road trip out there and see what's going on.
So knowing as much as you do about rural communities, including Jasper, Texas, can you elaborate on the process for creating equitable connectivity for other rural areas?
Just having a conversation. This right now is going to create conversation, and that's what we need. Unfortunately, so many of our policymakers haven't had this conversation. They know there's a need, but they're not really able to define the need. They just know that their constituents are in arms because there's no connectivity. But I think educating educators is something we've got to do. And I don't mean educators like we have here today, but I mean the folks that are going to be the ones making the decisions need to know more about the need. Unfortunately, a lot of our legislators and those that make those policies have never been without internet. And they really need to feel our pain. You know, I'm in a county that's got 33,000 people. This school district has 3 times the students that we have in our county. So to understand rural is the first thing, I think, and understand the deficiencies that we have, truly understand, not just hear about it, not just read it, but I think they need to go experience it. And I think that's what Dr. Ali has really brought to some of the forefront in his book. And I have a copy, and I'm excited about what's in that book. But I think we just need to educate folks more. We've all heard about it. When you can't get on Facebook or Instagram, you go crazy. You know, when your lights don't work, you go crazy. You know, so I think we've just got to really bring it down to a level where folks really have an understanding.
How do you get people to embrace it? How would you say you could get people to embrace it?
Well, that's not an issue anymore. It's affordability and having access. They'll embrace it if it's there. And I think that answer came about a little bit ago. But we're too technological now in today's world. And when we don't have that, you know, if you go home and the lights don't work, you get real excited. But I'm thinking that folks, when their internet doesn't work, they get even more excited nowadays. You know, we have hurricanes down this way, and sometimes we need to communicate when there is no power. And sometimes the only way to do that is via texting or internet. And so it's critical. We just got to have it going forward.
So, Christopher, how do we humanize this issue?
Well, I think Eddie actually, you know, said it exactly, which is, you know, broadband is technological and it's technical, and it can be very intimidating, for local communities to try and understand, you know, what exactly is going on. But in particular for policymakers and lawmakers who are making so many crucial decisions around an incredible amount of money that is necessary to connect this country. We need to do exactly what Eddie was saying. It's to humanize it, to put a human face on the digital divide, or human faces on the multiple digital divides. That's the way we're going to get policymakers to make the changes that we need to see, to make sure that we're connected. So, you know, one of the things I realized when I was researching my book is that maybe not all of my readers find broadband policy as absolutely captivating as I do, because it is a page turner in my world. But what I needed to do was I needed to get out there as a researcher and spend time in rural communities to understand what life is like without connectivity. I've never not had connectivity. So part of what I'm trying to do in my work is to put that human face on a very technological and technical issue, because I do think at the end of the day, like, broadband isn't about technology or markets or companies or policy. It's about people. And that's one thing we need to understand.
Okay. So, Eddie, do you think that rural communities lacking the ability to get online or know how is a form of discrimination?
You know, discrimination is an ugly word, but in this case, I think it's applicable because I've shared with many people, and many people have heard me speak before. I spent 18 years on our school board, and every year we were required to get continuing education, and we do that through a convention that we all go to. And at that convention, I would always leave disheartened because I would see students perform. I would see other districts that could provide so much for their kids that our kids could not have. So in essence, I think that's a form of discrimination in my case. We were a member of the Equity Center, and you know, equity is a big word, but it's try to allow students and schools to have the same things that other schools in bigger areas have. Now, we don't have the tax base, we don't have the financial resources, but basic education and basic fine arts, basic amenities that students have in the bigger districts, I think our kids ought to have too. And so I've been on a soapbox for years about, and I hate to use the word, Taj, because it is an ugly word, but discrimination. But I think our kids deserve what other kids have. And when they don't, that's to me a form of discrimination. Yeah. And there's a lot of kids in our rural East Texas areas, all rural Texas period, that do not have adequate broadband, adequate access. And that's just been really paramount in the last 18 months, 2 years. So, you know, I hate to use the word discrimination, but in essence, I think it could be used in this case because there are some students that do not have access that other students have. And it's time that go away.
Thank you. So, Jennifer, how do you measure when the digital divide will be closed within rural communities and urban areas? What are your next steps?
Well, I think we start by making sure, you know, that everyone has broadband and is able to use broadband in the way that they want to use broadband. Having those skills to use broadband and related technologies to really improve lives is our ultimate goal. But I don't think we can stop once we get there. Technology is going to continue to change. If we think about the last 10 years and the Internet of Things and how many more devices we have in our homes that connect to the internet. I mean, there's Wi-Fi crock pots that you can control and, you know, change the temperature on, you know, from across town. All of those things, I think we're going to continue to have more and more of them. And so we can talk about closing the digital divide. And I think we are going to get pretty close to doing so, or we might even consider it closed. But if we stop there and act like we're done, we're going to create a divide again. And so I think that's what we all need to remember, is that there's still going to be work to do to grow and change with technology as we have more and more going on within our state, within our country, across the world as far as connectivity, that really it's not ever done. But I do think the opportunity we have right now with all of the federal dollars and all of the interest being paid to broadband, we have the opportunity to get closer than we've ever been to getting to that point of closing the digital divide.
Eddie, would you like to respond as well? Do you think you can add?
I think we just got to be proactive, and we've got to implement plans that are sitting on shelves. You know, there's been a lot of study done, but study is just a study if it's not implemented. And the academics of it is good. The data inside of it's good, but we've got to put feet to it. We've got to get out there and make it happen. And that's what Jennifer's doing through Connected Nation. We're one of the counties that we engaged with them, and we're blessed because of the data that came out of that. But it's just data if it's not implemented and something done with that data. So it's our responsibility now that we have the data, to put the action plan together and make it happen. And that can be kind of stressful, and finding public-private partnerships. So, you know, we're excited about the implementation of it, and that's our job.
Christopher, could you also comment on this?
I mean, I find myself nodding, you know, repeatedly at what everyone is saying on this panel, because I full-heartedly agree. You know, there are still some data points that we need. I mean, we know we don't have a great federal broadband map, for instance, that needs to be changed. But we are also seeing states step up and create their own broadband maps. We're seeing local communities do their own data gathering. And absolutely, you know, solving the digital divide is not going to fall on one entity, one agency, one company. It's going to be an all hands on deck approach. And it's going to mean local providers. It's going to mean public-private partnerships. It's going to mean local communities. It's going to mean anchor institutions. It's going to mean civil society organizations. It's going to mean Connected Nation. It's going to, you know, it's going to mean students. All of us have a role to play as potential digital champions. And I think once we kind of realize that the job's going to be hopefully easier, because, you know, I love what David had said. Broadband is no longer, you know, a need. It's no longer nice to have. It is a necessity for everything from, you know, binging Netflix to talking with grandma, to doing homework, to doing healthcare, to work, and to voting and civic engagement. And you know, everyone has a role to play in solving the digital divide.
David, do you have anything to mention as well?
I do. Your first question was, how do you measure this? And if we go back, there's rural communities today don't have to worry about electricity. They have it. Right now, internet is not in rural communities. People have to wake up every day and say, how am I going to get this function done? How am I going to get this telemedicine done? How am I going to get this video conference done? Because I don't have internet. I have to drive somewhere. I have to go somewhere. Will that place be open, etc.? We need to take that burden off of our rural communities. When you solve that, there's your measurement. You have solved the digital divide when you've taken that burden of responsibility off of them having to figure out where to get internet. I agree that whatever all the other panelists are saying, there's a lot of data out here. It's going to take people getting it done and making it happen. That's how we grow up in the rural areas. If you need something done, you need that fence built, you go build the fence. You don't pay somebody, you don't go find somebody. And that's what it's going to take. Some people just doing it, getting the job done. Yeah.
So is there any closing thoughts? Any last things people would like to mention for the panel? Okay, none? Okay, thank you guys. Thank you, Jennifer, for coming up today. Thank you too, Eddie, Christopher, thank you, and David. Thank you all. Still ahead, learn how better broadband coverage mapping can impact how good your internet access is, and explore how telework may actually help improve our national security by supporting military spouses. But first, why the nation's agriculture industry may rest on just how well connected our ranchers and farmers are to broadband.
When you think of farming or ranching, the words technology or broadband access probably aren't the first ones that come to mind.
When we talk about, farmers in particular, I think there's an oversimplification of what that sector involves. That it is, we have a long history as a nation to be an agrarian nation, but that sector in particular has really evolved to adopt technology.
In fact, you might call farmers America's original innovators.
Farmers have learned how to innovate from day one.
There wasn't farm equipment out there to do some of that, so they were inventing stuff of figuring out how to reduce maybe some of the labor and let machinery do that.
You got to know how to wire a motor, you got to learn how to change oil in your trucks and fix a flat tire, and whatever goes wrong, you got to figure out how to do it, because there's not enough income here, and the margin is not wide enough to be able to hire people to do those kind of things. I just wished I'd have had Google back then, so I could have Googled some of it.
Those still working the family farms today now have Google to help, but only if they can get online. And their modern equipment? Well, it often relies on a good broadband connection as well.
Almost everything we do farming-wise involves the internet anymore.
Doug Hughes is a fourth-generation farmer who works his family's fields in central Illinois. His father and grandfather still farm with him, growing mostly corn and soybeans.
Also have, like you see, some feeder calves, and then my brother has a couple head of hog too. I've been around farming my entire life. I grew up around the equipment. My dad's taught me everything he could probably know what to teach me, and then some every day.
Technology helps Hughes and his family improve their crop yields and ensure their herds are healthy.
We are combining today, and I can see what the combine is doing on my phone. And we take that data and then on the computer analyze. It helps us keep better records and help us be better stewards of our land. On this one program we have, it will show me a satellite image of all of our fields to see if we have any health issues with the plants, helps us make agronomic decisions to see if we need to apply or even not apply, so we don't need to use that chemical or not use that product, so we can save a little money on that.
Dennis Riggs also comes from a long line of farmers.
First of all, we don't drive our tractors anymore. They're all controlled by computers.
His sons are the fifth generation of Riggs to work the land. Their fields sit just a few miles from where Doug Hughes grows soybeans and corn.
Champaign County in the state of Illinois, I think, has one of the largest numbers of centennial farms in the state.
Riggs, whose land is among those centennial farmsteads, adds much of America grossly underestimates the business of farming. Not just in his county, but across the country.
And in agriculture, we have more capital per operation than most other businesses ever thought of. We have held our businesses together for 3, 4, 5 generations, and we don't want that to stop.
Riggs farms about 300 acres and says family members must supplement their income in other ways. So he uses his farm fresh ingredients in his homemade ice cream, which is sold at the Sydney Dairy Barn, and provides much of what his sons need for Riggs Beer Company, which they founded in 2015.
What makes it cool about our farming operation is I grow the corn, I grow the wheat, I grow the barley for their microbrew, and all of it. So what we can truly say is we take it all the way from the farm to the glass where they serve it.
Of course, Riggs Beer Company has a website, and ever the farmers, it includes a sustainability report. something every person in the ag industry thinks about.
And it's just kind of all over the board in every phase of agriculture. There's some kind of technology that's not, it may be helping with labor, it's helping us better protect the environment, and it's just helping us be more efficient.
Zippy Duvall is the president of the American Farm Bureau. His family raised dairy cows, and he says today's technology provides solutions to problems his father and later he himself faced almost every year.
If you want to stress a farmer out, you let his help not show up, or his people that work with him not show up, and that is a stress that's undescribable.
As a result, many dairy operations have moved to robotics.
You can have one robot to every 60 or 70 cows. Extremely expensive. But when you work it out and know that that robot's going to be there to work 24 hours a day, and the only time it's going to go out or lay out is when it's maybe broken. And it gives that dairyman an opportunity to take that stress level off of him. And it lets him live a little more normal life where people get up 4, 5, 6 o'clock in the morning instead of 2:30 in the morning. You know, so, and the cows are being milked after he quits and maybe goes to a ball game with his kids sometime, because I didn't get to do much of that at all.
And that's just scratching the surface. Agricultural technologies and what's often referred to as precision farming is just getting more advanced year to year and even month to month.
We're going to be able to spray individual weeds, which is going to cut down on the amount of chemicals that we have to use on a crop, which will better protect our soil and our water and the land.
Technology and how to leverage internet connectivity is so pervasive in agriculture that it's now part of the curriculum in universities for those pursuing degrees in the industry.
They still talk a lot about the hands-on stuff, but they really include the technology on where they think it's going, but they are excited of where it's going as far as, you know, maybe stepping away from so many people being involved from, you know, food to table type stuff, making it more automated to where there's not that risk of contamination as things go on.
I think that's where innovation's at today, and it's all over the United States. Farmers are taking advantage and coming up with new ways of doing things.
But much of that innovation is not feasible without broadband access on our nation's farms and ranches. It's one reason we must continue to work to connect what's dubbed that last mile.
It's not a luxury anymore, it's a necessity.
Duvall says that although better broadband is needed to support ag, it's not the only reason to connect rural America.
Shame on us that a rural child has to go to McDonald's or the parking lot at Farm Bureau to get internet. Shame on us.
He adds many children who might return to work at family farms won't, simply because the infrastructure is not there to support the internet access they need, or because they can't afford what's now being offered in small communities.
Really in our area, maybe to help costs get down, because like in our local town, we only have about one internet provider that is good, consistent service. So maybe to help our costs go down and finding other companies to have good service.
Obviously broadband's the answer. There's a catch though to me with that. I think fiber, you know, again, probably from a, you know, storms or equipment, and, you know, the future is probably the best, but it's also the most expensive. So you're going to have to look at wireless.
Yes, it's going to be expensive, but we figured out how to do it with electricity. There's no reason why we can't figure out how to do it with broadband.
– 2020 and 2021 brought to light a lot of things that don't work in our system that we need to find solutions for.
For students who don't have access to wireless internet, who are impacted by the digital divide, is they don't have access to education. Much like Project 10 Million, we need to have those partnerships to give students, give them access to wireless internet, give them access to the devices so that they can be able to access education.
Project 10 Million has helped families in our district so much. I have families who come to me and like, thank you so much. You've helped me so much with this.
And cue.
Hello everyone, I'm Brenda Braxton, your moderator for the third panel discussion today. We're focusing on broadband data improvement through the years and why that's important to you. We are coming to you live right now from our KGW studios in Portland, Oregon. I anchor KGW News at sunrise and the news at noon, and I'm very excited to be part of today's national conversation on the digital divide. So let's jump right in and meet our panelists today. First up is Ashley Hitt, Vice President of Geoanalytics for Connected Nation. She's also President-elect for EURISA, an international GIS organization. Also joining us is Ann Neville Bonilla. Ann is the Chief Deputy Director of the California Office of Digital Innovation. Before that, she directed the State Broadband Initiative for the U.S. Department of Commerce. Next up, we have Bill Johnson. He's got a great title. He's known as the Carpe Geo Evangelist at Applied Geographics, more commonly known as AppGeo. Bill is also the former Geographic Information Officer for the state of New York. And last but not least, we have Greg Geis. He directs the Government Affairs team for Public Knowledge. He has more than 20 years' experience working on legislative and regulatory issues related to today's technology market. Thank you all so much for being here today.
Thank you. Thank you.
So as we look at the digital divide, there really is an important place for broadband mapping. So Ashley, let's begin with you. Help our audience understand why mapping is so critical to closing the digital equity gap.
So the digital divide really cannot be closed unless we identify where the gaps are, and broadband mapping is an essential part of that. Having accurate broadband data, where are services available, what speeds, what technologies, and then really being able to look at the inverse. Where do those gaps exist because they are unserved, underserved, and where we really need to focus energy on how to close that gap.
Mm-hmm.
So we can't really identify those gaps without broadband mapping, and we can't fill those gaps without it either. So the coincidence that today is GIS Day is really not lost on us holding this event today, because it's an international recognition of the power and the impact of geographic information systems and location intelligence on how we can better impact and improve the world around us.
So we also want to touch on how congressional actions in 2008 and then 2020 really has impacted this work. Can you address, Ashley, where we started?
Sure. So prior to the State Broadband Initiative, there were a handful of states that got involved with broadband mapping. They recognized that there was a broadband access issue, and they knew they needed to do something about it. But they knew they needed to translate the anecdotal information they had on those gaps to location-based data. That way they could actually start to map that divide and map the gaps and figure out how do we get started with this. We're celebrating 20 years of service at Connected Nation, and the first state we got involved with broadband mapping was Kentucky in 2004. That work ended up launching state broadband maps in Tennessee, Ohio, West Virginia, Minnesota, North Carolina, and Texas, all before the State Broadband Initiative program started. And that really helped us lay some foundation for establishing relationships with internet service providers, collecting broadband data, and then also trying to figure out how to standardize that information into a format that would be usable for all stakeholders.
Yeah, big job.
Yes.
So Ann, let me move on to you next. You were a huge part of the State Broadband Initiative, also known as SBI. Can you explain the approach at that time?
Yeah, well, as Ashley said, and I couldn't agree more, there were a few states who had really started looking at broadband mapping and understanding that if we were going to figure out how to get access to all of our communities, we had to first understand where it was. And the data we had at the time just wasn't good enough. And when we started the State Broadband Initiative, it was really to create an opportunity to build a national map, but that was built using knowledge from every one of the states. And to have folks on the ground who understood communities, who were out talking to different communities, so that when they would get data from providers, when they'd get data from looking at commercial data sets, they could look at those and also be able to compare that to what they were hearing on the ground. And so being able to have a lot of that validation coming from states, and then being able to work together as, you know, as a 50-state collective, right? And we ended up really building a community out of that. You know, every state who was doing this work, we would get on calls very regularly to talk, to share about best practices, what was working here, what was working there, and it leveled up the opportunity for everyone to increase what we knew about where broadband was at the time and helped be able to better inform funding decisions.
So, Anne, again, what were some of the objectives of the Obama administration as it was tackling all of this?
Well, when we started SBI, part of it was to, as I said, to really understand where broadband was, and to also really build capacity in each of the states. As Ashley said, there were only a few states that were doing it at the time. And unlike today, there weren't broadband offices that were really trying to look at how did infrastructure, how did literacy devices, all of that come together. And so part of that work really started with, let's build this community around this topic. And be able to share that information. And so it was first about understanding where it was and building that map, giving people an opportunity, making the data open, and giving people an opportunity to say, no, that is incorrect, and then fixing it. And incrementally making it better and better and better as we went along. And that was huge.
Boy, I see everybody shaking their heads on that one. Yeah, you're preaching. Amen. So, Bill, let me move on to you because you worked with the state of New York on this. Say more about that job and how does this impact somebody working at the state level?
Yeah, and I want to start by actually circling back to Anne's comments because it's become kind of fashionable these days to criticize the map and the data that the FCC produced. There's some well-known errors in there. But I think it's important to remember that before the SBI program, we had no comprehensive broadband map. In fact, we didn't even have a partly comprehensive broadband map. There was nothing. And so it was a huge leap forward, and I think that was a really big step for the country and in just advancing the broadband initiative to have that program in place. And the way it worked is that the program provided a grant to every state. A number of states hired firms like Connected Nation or AppGeo, where I work now, to do the mapping on their behalf. And some other states chose to do the mapping in-house, and that's the approach we took in New York. When that project started, I considered that we had two customers for the data. One was the NTIA, of course, they were paying for the program, and we provided updated data twice a year for 5 years under that program. And then the other customer was, in New York, we had a state broadband program office that actually had been formed prior to the start of the SBI. And I had been working with that office previously, and we had tried to do some predictive mapping to try to understand where the broadband gaps were. But under the SBI, we actually started to collect the data from every broadband company operating in the state, which in New York was about 80 companies. And many of them were very small companies. We actually referred to them as mom and pop operations because a surprising number of them were still family operations. And so we gathered up that data and were able to produce the first really detailed broadband map for the state. And that was very important, particularly for the broadband program office. And my team ended up doing a lot of analytics for the program office. They would have questions about a particular provider, or they would want to see the data sliced and diced, for example, by state assembly districts or by economic development zones. So we were able to spin all of those things out of the map and the data. And the director of the broadband program office at that time was thrilled to be able to make policy recommendations based on real data for the first time. And it turns out that there was an important third customer for the data, and that was the public. In my role as State Geographic Information Officer, I was involved in a lot of different mapping projects over the years, but the one that got the most attention was the broadband map. Everybody cared about that and were looking at the interactive map and scrutinizing, and we had a method for them to report inaccuracies on the map as well. So it was a very important public engagement tool. And when I left the state in 2016, I took a job in Washington at the Universal Service Administrative Company, or USAC, which functions as, it's a nonprofit that serves as the delivery arm for the FCC's Universal Service Program. And while I was there, the FCC implemented a new set of reporting requirements for the companies that accept a subsidy to extend their broadband networks where it would be unprofitable without a subsidy. And that change required that they report the individual latitude and longitude coordinates for every address that their network extensions would reach. And so while I was there, I helped build this thing called the Hub. It's a public data portal containing all of this data at the individual location level, and an accompanying map that was called the Connect America Fund broadband map. And that was the first really granular at the address level broadband map. And that is a taste of where things are going in the future. The new broadband mapping that the FCC will be producing is at that level. And so that's an exciting leap forward.
You have a big brain, I can tell right now, and a great laugh. I introduced you as an evangelist, and I was not joking. But can you explain how you got that fantastic title?
Absolutely. So I think everybody's heard of the phrase carpe diem, which is Latin for seize the day.
Yes.
And so I have this little riff on that. I call it carpe geo. Geo is actually not Latin, it's Greek, but we can wink and pretend. And so it's my shorthand for seizing opportunities to do great things with mapping and GIS.
I love it. Perfect.
Thank you.
Perfect. Greg, we want to bring you in on this as well, because this effort really did lead to some changes. What kinds of policies, what kind of actions are we talking about?
Yeah, so maybe just to step back a little bit. I was at the FCC in 2000 when we initiated the Form 477, which was
Brenda, we have
revolutionary for
lots
its
of time,
time,
so as they
but
said,
not
feel
built
free
for
to
any of
stretch
these
if we need
purposes.
to.
It was to say to providers, where do you have broadband service? And broadband back then was 256 kilobit, which is a joke today. And we fought like hell with the providers to get that information, and they were able to give it to us at a zip code level was their commitment. And as these folks know, and probably a lot of the folks listening to this know, zip code level is meaningless. And so over the years, I think the frustration was building. And so in the Obama administration, when they came in and we were coming out of the Great Recession, and they were putting all of this funding to these projects and realizing that really kind of for the first time, broadband is an essential service to have. And they wanted to do these deployments, but they had heard the arguments that the broadband data, and it wasn't pictorial, it was just data, that the FCC was generating was not useful because it was not at a sufficiently granular level. And so SBI was great in that regard. States had a vested interest in getting this data right. And so over the next few years, those maps demonstrated not only the possibility of doing this kind of mapping, but also that the FCC's data was really lacking. And so I guess coming out of that and following the spending period under the SBI, Congress and policymakers at the federal level started looking at how can we fix this. And so the FCC, to its credit, undertook a reform of its data collection. And it went down to the census block level, which still isn't quite granular enough, because the way that they said is if one location in that census block is served, then everybody is assumed to have service, which is just not true. And so policymakers kept pushing the FCC to do more, get more. A lot of senators weighed in and said, we need address level data. And so what we've seen with the Hub portal is the capability of getting that kind of information. And then in 2020, after years of much discussion on a bipartisan basis, Congress said, you know what, this is important, and we do need to do something. And we do need the FCC to generate a map that demonstrates accuracy at a very granular level. And so the FCC is in the process of standing up that map right now. They have a RFP out to get the provider that will support their effort to sort of generate this map, as well as provide additional data around performance and speed and some other characteristics that are critically important to understand, like demographic information. What is the income level? What is the ethnicity of an area? You know, so like the Hub portal is great for rural areas and unserved areas, but this new map will also show us in urban areas like downtown Portland, who are the people that are left out of this broadband age in cities, because we do know that in a lot of areas, the economics around serving people can be very similar in rural area. They might just be unprofitable to serve, despite the fact that a block away, there's a fiber connection that they could tap into. And so we need to get at that data. And that's really this next phase. With the infrastructure package, Congress told the FCC to run a digital redlining proceeding to determine in urban and rural areas who is being left out and why. as well as the deployment funding that'll be key to this map so that we can solve those underserved area problems.
Boy, that's really interesting, because I think you could even take it to a bigger level. When you talk about the similarities between urban and rural, how many of the same issues they face, but yet how we as a society kind of polarize those two. But all very good points. Very interesting.
Yeah, I think it's often thought of this unserved is a rural problem. A lot of our cities have the same problem, a lot of our towns. And so we really need to make certain that those citizens in those areas have the opportunity to get connected as well. It might be through a different type of program, or it might be through this infrastructure package, probably not the high-cost program that the FCC runs because of the way that program is structured, but we need to fix it.
Ashley, let me come back to you for a minute. As we look at 2021 and beyond, are there new approaches? You kind of touched on a few things, but are there newer approaches to develop these maps?
Absolutely. So over the past couple decades, broadband data has become more detailed, more precise, more accurate. And being able to also incorporate the technological advances of geographic information systems, we can collect, process, and analyze more data more efficiently, and then also create these interactive broadband maps to show where is all this data, where are all the analyses, and then again, importantly, where are those gaps in service. So really being able to move forward with that is what we're going to continue seeing. As many of the panelists have mentioned, there's this movement from representing and mapping broadband service areas and getting hyper-local detailed information on broadband services. Where are the telecom assets? Where are the infrastructure routes? Because communities and providers can really use that to determine how do we solve this problem of the digital divide, and really being able to use that to identify, there's many different factors in how we expand broadband service, and there are many different solutions, but they're not all going to be feasible and viable for every community. So being able to have that hyper-local data really allows everybody to take that comprehensive view of what's going on in their community to make the best decision that's right for them to be able to expand service to everybody moving forward.
Yeah, makes sense. Okay, this next question is for all of you, and I'm going to start down on that end and we can just work our way up. So tell us more about what's next and also what the states can do.
Yeah, so what's next is, the president just this week signed into law the largest one-time investment we've ever had in these networks. There's money for deployment and money for affordability, for digital literacy, for devices, for, it's a huge bucket of money. And states are going to be working with their federal partner at the NTIA to spend that money. And so if it were me and I were advising a state, I would say job one is making certain you understand in your state where these facilities are and are not located. The funding for this money is not going to be available until the FCC completes its map, but that map allows for a challenge process. And if you're a state, given the past inaccuracies of the FCC's map and the fact that this will be a first generation map, it's really critical that states be able to say to the FCC and NTIA, this map's wrong. There is no service in this area, because if you miss out on this tranche of money, the next time that tranche of money is coming is not soon.
Bill?
Yeah, so I think it's also important to remember that in addition to the infrastructure bill that was just signed, there was a pandemic relief package that was approved by Congress and released in June to the states, called ARPA, the American Relief Program Act. And that had a category of eligibility for broadband infrastructure projects. And so a number of states are already moving ahead, not waiting for the new infrastructure money to work on their broadband last mile projects, but they're moving ahead now with this ARPA funding. And so we're seeing a lot of activity at the states to get out ahead of this, not wait for the new FCC map, but to do state level broadband mapping. And one of the things I'm particularly excited about is we're seeing now mapping not just of the infrastructure, but starting to use these mapping tools to understand the societal impacts, to understand who can benefit from telehealth. And we can map some of these things. We can look at where are the areas with a high concentration of senior citizens who would be good candidates for telehealth. And we can map their distance from healthcare facilities and target populations that would be the recipients of telehealth through these tools. And we can apply that to lots of the other kinds of programs and services that broadband makes available. So the mapping isn't just about who's served and who's unserved and who's underserved. It's about how can we get the most out of this investment we're making in the infrastructure.
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry,
Greg.
maybe just to add to that,
Sure.
you know, it's timely because today, right now, the Energy and Commerce Committee in the House is considering adding data that's collected by the CDC around maternal outcomes and overlaying that with this broadband map to see what the effects are of access to broadband. So it's a very important point Bill's making.
Go ahead, Ann.
Well, I think it's to say that this work is iterative, and it will. It's. You know, I think we've talked about this as now we're in our third or fourth generation, right? And every time we start it, it is a new way to do it. It is building on what's come before, and we have to keep looking at what we can add in. And so while before we were focusing just on access, today we have to focus on what access is there, how good the access is, how affordable it is, whether people have devices, whether they want to, whether they understand how to use it and can use it, and being able to put all of that data together so that the policy at the state level is being informed by that information we have on the ground, and really including not just driven by a state, but working with communities, with leadership in cities and in towns, with nonprofit organizations, with schools and libraries, with people who these programs are built for, so that we are doing it together. And I think that's really that, when you said what's that advice, that's that advice, that we are doing it with and not for the folks who this is going to benefit.
Ashley?
So my thought in terms of kind of the future of broadband mapping, as we've mentioned, there is a lot of funding available for doing this work, for closing the digital divide. But again, we don't want to go blindly into that. We really need accurate broadband maps to be able to direct that funding to those gaps. Where are those people that are unserved, underserved, who makes up those communities, and what is the best solution for that area? So I think we will continue to see very hyper-local level data in terms of where are the assets, where are the infrastructure. So we really know where communities can more easily expand and work with providers on doing so. And then also see what areas are actually going to have to start at square one, because there's literally nothing available to even connect from or to start getting that service to the homes that really need it the most.
Boy, all great insights. I'm going to throw you a little bit of a curveball, because I was really interested in one of the earlier panels to note that it was student-led. So could you just share briefly how you even got into this line of work? Because there are young people out there looking to you as the experts and thinking, I'd like to get involved with that. I'll start on this end again, Greg.
Sure. So I happened to be in law school and was taking a class on telecommunications law around the time Congress had updated the law that the FCC operates under. And the professor was super engaging, very exciting, and he said, hey, we have an internship opportunity available at the FCC. Would you be interested in participating? And I was, absolutely, that would be great. And my first project was to work on what was then a report that the FCC had to do for Congress on whether broadband was being deployed in a timely manner to all Americans. And so that was the very first thing I worked on, and it's been part of my career since 1998.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
And what about you, Bill?
Yeah, well, I was actually supposed to be a builder. That's what the Johnson men do. And I went to college expecting to return and put my tool belt back on and go join the family business. But I caught the geographic information system bug in college. And it grabbed me and didn't let go. And so I followed it into a career. And it's been great.
I, after college, joined AmeriCorps and got lucky enough to have a placement at a YMCA in San Diego, where they said, hey, you fixed computers in college. Can you run a technology center? And I said, sure, why not? and that, that was in 2000. And it's, I never thought I thought that was going to be a one-year thing. And it turned out to be, really the great passion of my life.
That's amazing. What about you?
I actually started in meteorology, and as part of that had to take a geographic information system course. Fell in love with it. I had always loved maps and being navigator on road trips as a kid, so it was really no surprise that that ended up being where I ended up steering my efforts, and then got into telecom GIS through Connected Nation.
Oh, you guys are amazing. Thank you so much for sharing your time and your expertise, all of you. It was a real pleasure. Hey, there is much more to come today. Still ahead, explore how telework may help improve our national security by supporting military spouses. Plus, we'll examine what 2020 means for the future of the digital divide. But first, something that few of us ever get to see, the making of a broadband map. Connected Nation heads to Michigan for a tutorial on how to track where high-speed internet is and where it's not.
So what we're doing is using a SignalHawk spectrum analyzer to determine the frequencies that could be transmitted from the Harrisville water tank behind us.
Chip and Donovan Spam are not your typical father and son duo.
You know, I'm a radio frequency engineer by trade, so I look at that and I say, man, that's a great asset to put up a fixed wireless network.
Each has his own role at national nonprofit Connected Nation, where they have a shared mission to help communities improve internet access.
You know, you hear all the time, we're trying to solve the digital divide. Our task is to find the chasms in the digital divide.
To do so, the pair is currently working across Alcona County, Michigan, to develop a more accurate broadband coverage map.
Part of the process is also to determine where there is not broadband. So mapping the routes or mapping the infrastructure leads us to the gaps in the community.
Everything is entered into the iPads and other key equipment Chip and Donovan carry with them. Photos are taken, coordinates are cross-referenced, and everything is backed up with as much data as they can gather in the field.
In addition to the GPS coordinates that we're able to take off of this, it's date stamped, it's time stamped, so we know where we were, at what time, in what geolocation on the map, and then we're able to reference that later using our mapping software.
Chip and Donovan work hard and almost nonstop, rarely taking breaks. It's clear they both understand there's a lot on the line.
Now that COVID is here and people are having to work from home and students are having to learn from home, suddenly we realize how important it is to have a broadband connection at our house.
It's something politicians have taken to heart in what has become one of the most bipartisan issues of the year, finding ways to expand access to high-speed internet.
The one thing that COVID has done for this industry that we've been unable to do for the past 10 or 15 years is draw attention to the importance of broadband.
In fact, by the summer of 2021, more than $373 billion in broadband-related funding was made available. That's just at the federal level, and that dollar amount is likely to continue to grow. However, accessing those funds is often tied to a community's ability to prove it needs the investment.
A lot of the grant applications that you have with the United States Department of Agriculture or the NTIA or other federal agencies require applicants to be able to specify or define where these gaps are. So the map that we're producing today could be used by Alcona County to say, here's a pocket of homes that we know beyond a shadow of a doubt do not have access to broadband, and that's where we're going to apply for grant funds.
As you can imagine, understanding how to locate broadband technology is not something just anyone can do.
What we're looking for broadband purposes is the channel wide enough to deliver 25x3 service.
That's why Alcona County leaders asked for Connected Nation's help, and they quickly found it's something this unique father and son team excel at.
So what we're walking up to now is a fiber optic cable marker. This indicates that it's underground. Orange always indicates that it's fiber. While older infrastructure might have orange on it that denoted it was underground copper, kind of the common thing is bright orange to signify fiber.
There are pedestals, there are fiber markers that you can't see because they're buried over here behind the brush and the bushes. But when we get up to this tower site, there should be a transition where that fiber optic cable crosses the roadway from the left, goes across the roadway. In fact, it may have done it right here. And
There you can see a fiber optic marker again.
The pair will eventually cover every inch of Alcona County by car and by foot until they have completed their work.
So what we're doing when we approach water towers like this is the first thing that we're looking for is there a gate? You can see that there's a gate here, gate with a lock on it. So it's locked, it's gated, and as you can see, we have access to power, we have access to propane, so there's most likely backup power available here in case something fails. And what we're able to determine by the power meters is who's on the tower. If a mobile provider, a fixed wireless provider, anybody else that serves the tower with fiber or DSL or any lines that come in, they're going to be on a meter.
So as you can see, trying to do a county of this size is not something that can get done in a couple of days. In fact, we're planning on being out here for almost a full month just to map what's going on in this county.
It's long and sometimes tedious work, but if you ask Chip or Donovan, it's all worth it in the end.
Every home that gets connected to broadband after we've done this job is a victory. It's a great win. It feels good to be able to say, I helped that guy get broadband service when he didn't have it before because of the work that we did mapping the county.
When we think about and honor those who have served, it's usually those who have enlisted. Rightly so. But there is an often overlooked population of people who are also making huge sacrifices for home and country. Military spouses.
When you have a spouse in the military, it's difficult because oftentimes their career comes first. They are deployed, they're training, they're out in the field for weeks, months. When emergencies in our nation come up, they're sent to do those things at the drop of a dime.
Chantel Cook is a mother of 3 and a military spouse now living in the Oak Grove, Kentucky area.
My husband is in the Army. He has been in the Army for just about 15 years now, so I've been a military spouse for 15 years. This Fort Campbell is our 6th, I want to say it's our 6th or 7th duty station.
According to the National Military Spouse Network, on average, military families move every 2 to 3 years, crossing state lines and sometimes moving overseas.
So you can imagine what that could create from a job search perspective. Most of those enlisted homes,
You're going to have to say goodbye to that job. You're going to have to move to the other state and you're going to have to find another position, which is hard to do every 3 years. And then having to move somewhere else and then build it all over again is really challenging.
most of those enlisted homes are very, very dependent on dual income. And if that spouse who is having to tend to the home fires and make sure logistically that the house is running well, if they are struggling to find employment, or even better, employment that's worth their investment and time, that can be a real problem.
And it has been an ongoing struggle, even before the pandemic.
At a time when people were enjoying very, very low unemployment, there was a sector of our America that was in the grips of crushing unemployment. Sometimes as high as 4 times to 5 times the national average amongst the military spouses.
It's no exaggeration. A 2017 Department of Defense survey found that 24% of military spouses were unemployed, a rate roughly 6 times that of the national unemployment average at the time. Nearly 5 years later, the needle has not moved. The National Military Spouse Network reports that when the unemployment rate in the United States peaked at 14.7% in April 2020, the highest recorded since 1948 when data was first collected, unemployment among military spouses was 10 percentage points higher. In addition, of military spouses who said their families needed 2 incomes to meet their needs, only 59% had full-time or part-time positions. Daunting numbers, but there is a solution.
None of us can be our best if even one of us can't be their best. And I think that is a real problem that confronts our nation, so that it's not just some small minority person's problem.
Connected Nation's newest Digital Works facility was opened in Oak Grove, Kentucky in February 2020, just weeks before the pandemic hit the U.S. The Digital Works program has helped individuals and communities across the country for more than 8 years by providing tailored training and job placement assistance for mostly telework positions. But this particular facility is unique. Located across from the main gate of Fort Campbell, it's focused on helping military spouses and veterans.
I can't think of another group of people that could benefit from remote work more than military spouses because they move around so often.
Cook understands that well. Not only is she a military spouse herself, but she works with other spouses as the facilitator for the Fort Campbell Digital Works program.
My name is Nadja. I'm from Puerto Rico. I actually moved to Fort Campbell with my husband. This is our first duty station, and we've been here for 2 years. We came back from our honeymoon, and he was off to basic.
I have 2 kids. My daughter, Athena, she's 5, and my son, Wes Jr., and he's 2. My daughter goes to school now. She's in the kindergarten, and I stay at home with my son.
Nadia and Arisha recently graduated from the Digital Works program. Both say it met their needs as military spouses.
Taking into consideration the military lifestyle, I thought it would be good to have a job that moves with us. That way I can both support his career and be able to work on mine as well.
It's a lot to keep restarting wherever you move, and I saw that doing Digital Works or taking the program and learning about how you can work from home was really helpful, because you could actually take your work with you, like wherever you moved, and you'd be okay.
In addition, Digital Works proved to be pandemic proof by moving its training program to an all virtual platform.
Once I saw that it went virtual, I saw that as a chance for me to do it from home conveniently.
As a result, Digital Works marked its 1,000th job placement in August 2020 at the height of the COVID-19 health emergency. Some of those graduates have already moved on with their spouses to new locations, taking their jobs with them.
That's the power of telework. Your job goes with you everywhere you go, and you have to move so much in the military. It's just, it is a good fit.
Could be here in, Kentucky one day. Because I'm teleworking, maybe we get stationed in, Pennsylvania, I still have a position. I can drive to Pennsylvania, open my laptop, and I'm able to continue on with my work.
Being a graduate of the Digital Works program means both short-term training and long-term support.
Thanks to Digital Works, I've been able to see from the other perspective of a customer service representative how the work that it takes to handle this kind of job, the empathy you need, the patience, the consideration for the needs of the customer.
A year down the road, they want to come back and they need their resumes fixed, or they're in a different season of life and they want to look at different opportunities. And we help guide them through that and help them find additional remote work too.
There is one hitch to the program. To provide this kind of support for military spouses means also ensuring they have the access and equipment they need.
When you have telework, and you can sit there and never lose your job. The only time you don't have access to your job is when you don't have access to the internet. And today with a hotspot, depending on where you are, you can kind of get around it a little bit.
Getting a device in the home of that spouse and then a substantial broadband connection to allow them to earn and manage their home, that's an important piece of our Digital Divide mission as well.
If you ask those we talked to, providing the training and access military spouses need is not just important, it's critical to supporting our nation's military.
Giving the opportunity to military spouses to do this program to help them find jobs, remote jobs, and to have that ease of mind knowing that it can follow them wherever they move is amazing.
I have heard of military wives from different bases who would be interested in a kind of program like this, but they're just not available in their area. And I think it's a great opportunity because we're able to support the soldiers who in turn support our country.
When America needed to stay connected, cable's broadband networks were ready. Our resilient infrastructure supported the surge, kept our economy moving, and expanded access to more families. And we're already working to deliver a more powerful, faster, and more secure 10G network. Because we'll be ready for whatever the future brings.
Welcome back to the RFD TV studios located in the American Farm Bureau headquarters. I'm Emily Buck, Washington News Bureau Chief at RFD TV, and it's already been an incredible day. As we continue our national conversation on the digital divide, I'd like to turn our focus to the organization that brought us all together today, national nonprofit Connected Nation. For this panel, we've brought together the organization's leadership through the years, including current CEO and Chairman Tom Faree, previous CEO Brian Mefford, who now heads Vetro Inc., and of course Linda Johnson, who served as Kentucky's Chief IT Officer before taking the lead as Connected Nation's first CEO back in 2001. Welcome everyone. Tom, it's a momentous day. We're celebrating 20 years of Connected Nations.
Indeed, a momentous occasion, absolutely. And let me say, first of all, what a treat for me to share the panel for the next few minutes with some people that I hold in high regard. Dr. Johnson and Brian Mefford, both have been, outside of their leadership, left an indelible mark on our organization, but to me personally have been great inspirations and mentors during my time as leadership here at Connected Nation. You know, Emily, what I'd like to start with is recalling a few reports that I've recently read, one from the National Center for Charitable Statistics and the other from the Forbes magazine. And they looked at the nonprofit space and what are some of the challenges that confront organizations like ours. And they found that nearly half of all nonprofits will either stall or fail within the first 2 years of their charter. And then another third will fail to see life beyond their 10-year mark. So there are a lot of reasons that contribute to that, but two main trends that emerge as the culprits are a lack of a strategic plan and failure, almost direct failure of the leadership at the top of the organization. Now, our organization obviously has been committed to empowerment through technology now for 2 decades. And in the course of that time, we've been able to improve lives and our country for the better. And in the face of that, in defiance of those odds that have taken down a lot of worthy nonprofits. So to say it's an honor to be here today it can't be overstated. You know, as I think about bringing this panel together today, I've enjoyed so much reconnecting with you two and getting to learn some of the old stories and the history, some of which I didn't even know. So it was as much a homecoming for me to have time with these two professionals and really credit them and give them the attention they deserve for getting this whole thing started.
We won't share all of that today, right?
Right. Some of those are best left.
Some of those stories are not for TV.
Well, Dr. Johnson, I guess we have you to thank for all of this, so we'll start with you. Take us back to the very beginning there in Kentucky in 2001. Actually, 2000, as I learned last night.
Yeah, really. So, Tom, I'm so pleased to be here with you and Emily and Brian today, and so excited to celebrate 20 years of Connected Nation. In 2000, I was in Bowling Green, Kentucky, and teaching at the university, chairing the Information Systems program in the business school, and connected to a lot of our community leaders who were asking me, Linda, how do we keep our students here in Kentucky? I had about 400 information systems students, graduated about 100 a year, and they all went to fantastic jobs, and they weren't in Kentucky. Mm-hmm. And Brian knows this too well, because Brian was one of them in Kentucky and was up in Washington, D.C. But at any rate, how do we keep our students here? And how do we bring companies here that will have the jobs that will employ your students? And in that connection, we started a readiness project for our local Chamber of Commerce. We said, you know, how do we get ready here in Kentucky? And serendipitously, at the same time, the governor happened to be driving through eastern Kentucky with some Japanese business people, and he picks up his one of the Japanese business people picks up their cell phone to make a phone call. Not happening. No signal. And so when the governor got back to Frankfort, he said, who in Kentucky knows about this? And so Kentucky's a small state. Somehow I ended up in Frankfort, and he said, what are we going to do about this? And I said, well, you need a public-private partnership. You've got to get business and industry, higher education, and federal, state, local governments all talking about this problem. We need to have a conversation about this. And so here we are, having now 20 years of conversation. And Tom, Brian, I know you probably have heard that Ford announced an $11 billion investment in Kentucky and Tennessee in the last month nationally. Yep. And to say that the EV market is going to explode is an understatement. We all know where that's going. And I really believe without having started those conversations about workforce development, about infrastructure, about how we're going to get this all together, I don't think we would have been competitive. So super excited that it's worked for Kentucky. But Brian, you have had a lot of history with the company, because I was really only there for 3 years. And then I went back to the university and to my academic career, and I needed to hand it off to a professional that could grow the company. So tell us about your time.
Well, first let me just again say I'm so pleased to be here, and you guys just heard how Linda will deflect credit from herself for us being here today. And you'll remember it was my dad who introduced us, and I was living here, and he said, if you're interested in coming back to Kentucky, here's the coolest thing happening in technology in Kentucky right now, and here's the person leading it. And in the late 90s, early 2000s, it was not common for somebody to leave the comfortable confines of campus and go create a company.
Right.
But Linda had the support of a university committed to innovation, and she had the support financially of local business folks and people around the state, businesses around the state. And but for that courage and entrepreneurship, there would be no Launchpad. And so all we had to do basically is come around and build the rocket and hire the people and light the fuse. And that's really how it played out. And I just marvel still at the caliber of the team that we were able to put together from the earliest days. This has been about people from the very beginning, the people that were on our team that just rallied to the cause because they wanted to have an impact on people's lives. And we were able to hire from across the country because people wanted to impact their local communities. And we saw that happen. And so the caliber of people engaging states and local communities, with a fairly straightforward mission, let's accelerate technology as a source for good in helping people and changing people's lives. And so people just deployed, and it became, less about creating a company and more about mobilizing a movement. And we saw that happen. The more work that happened, the more impact there was, the more people who came to the cause. And so again, it's phenomenal extraordinary really to be here, this many years later, looking back at that impact. That's all good and well, but now it's the next 20 years, and I'm so thankful for Tom's leadership, and it's just been extraordinary to see the growth of the organization since we've been long gone,
right.
And now here we are in this extraordinary period that's of growth ahead. So,
well, boy, it's hard to imagine a more relevant and exciting time for Connected Nation to look, gaze into the next 20 years, because of all the achievement and milestone that we've accomplished, it almost pales in comparison. I think we would all agree that probably our organization's best days lie just ahead.
That's
Absolutely.
right.
We've got a national priority now on closing the digital divide. We have unprecedented funding now that is coming and at the ready, quite literally. This isn't speculative anymore. This thing is going to happen. And so, Brian, I want to draft off one point you said, and credit to culture, because that has to start from inception. And I think there's been a certain fidelity to our culture at Connected Nation ever since Linda's launching it. There's a culture of servant leadership that I think is pervasive throughout the organization. And it's from its small numbers to when we've swelled to large headcount. That is an ever-present fixture. I think a strong sense of where we're going is an element that marks our organization, and the definiteness of purpose. And I think all those attributes, I mean, those are the DNA of our organization. And you mentioned the people. Our organization, we don't have a widget per se. We have some technologies and whatnot, but when I meet people out in the field, I routinely hear, and I know you probably heard this refrain when you all were in this role, is it just feels different to work with you guys. And for many times, we are that. We're that collaborator. We're not. Right. We are a connector, if I may use the pun. But that's really what our value proposition is in this space. We try to be technology agnostic, so we want to be that safe harbor for anyone who's got a solution and a mission to make this difference. They're in our tent.
Yeah. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Think about the resumes we had from people. I'm going to call names because people like Heather Graham and Laura Taylor and Mark McElroy and Tom Fritz and Jim Stritzinger. These were all people who ran programs, and we would get resumes from these folks and be like, why are they calling us? And again, to your point, they saw what was happening. They recognized the culture and came to be a part of something that was bigger than themselves.
Yeah.
Now, Brian, during your tenure, Connected Nation started to take a bigger look at national policy, including the Broadband Data Improvement Act of 2008. Tell me how Connected Nation involvement in that policy making process really kind of changed the conversation.
Well, Emily, I can tell you're a professional because you did not trip up on Broadband Data Improvement Act, which could have had a better name. We weren't responsible for that. But as today's series of events has shown, when you connect the disconnected to opportunity, it becomes a story that tells itself, and the impact is compelling. It draws people in. And so, we had that with the work we were doing. When the conversation started here in DC about how do we expand this, how do we make this possible everywhere, and people they were actually a little skeptical of us at first. A small group coming out of Kentucky, telling people about broadband, and so it took some work. There was a small group of us that worked 7 days a week for a couple years as this conversation was spinning up here on the Hill. We'd research and write over the weekend. We'd get together on Monday and we'd staple our papers together and proofread each other's work. We'd stuff our backpacks with our collateral and come and start tromping around with just good old-fashioned shoe leather kind of work. Some would go to the Senate, some would go to the House, some would go to K Street, some would go to Northern Virginia to assemble what would ultimately became this very diverse coalition. We had a coalition built with corporations and organized labor. We had a coalition that included the smallest internet service providers along with the largest internet service providers. We had advocacy groups like Consumers Union. We had Farm Bureau of America, just an incredibly diverse group. And that diversity, that's what helped us have access to policymakers. But beyond that, once we were in those conversations with policymakers testifying to various committees over the years, it was the mission and the impact that compelled Congress to act ultimately. And so the Broadband Data Improvement Act, poorly named, really had two major components. It was one about helping us better understand as a country what is the state of connectedness or disconnectedness, as we saw at the time, across the country, particularly for those underserved and overlooked. But then probably the more impactful piece was it created a framework for states to lead the charge. And so, you know, that stands today now as what will be the thrust of state sort of local control of broadband decisions. States making decisions on strategy, getting funding out to local communities, so fiber optics gets built. That's what, you know, the stated preference. Every home has the ability to be connected by fiber optics at this point. And that's just truly phenomenal. You know, and again, that was Congress at the time, nearly unanimously passed, and then President Bush signed it into law, and President Obama funded it. And that's sort of, you know,
home run. That was a home run.
Yeah,
for sure.
I love what he just said about the importance of giving states ownership and letting them take control. You know, you come from that state perspective. That's where you started.
Yeah.
You know, how important is it for communities to really take ownership and have a voice as they look to get connected?
Oh, it's absolutely essential. And when we started in Kentucky, so few communities even had language around which to talk about it. I remember visiting the State House and talking about broadband with our legislators. I mean, in 2000, that was a term that people just really weren't familiar with. And so just familiarizing, taking time to educate all of the communities across the state was a big piece of our public policy initiative, and so important. And Tom's continued that legacy of education as a major part of what Connected Nation does.
Oh, you're absolutely right. I couldn't underscore that enough. You know, early in our existence, we tried to go out and evangelize. A big part of what we did to create the awareness, and you know, it's used the analogous example of the REA, the Rural Electrification Act. 100 years or so ago, it is very analogous to what we were doing there in the early 2000s. You know, the other part I would mention though is we made a pivot pretty early on to understand that we don't want to be just another quasi-consulting group that goes in and does this for the communities. We need to educate and empower and teach them because at that point, that plan becomes theirs. They put the skin in the game, and that's what's going to provide that fortitude so that when you come back in 5 years, they are inviting the industry and the Fords of the world and things of that variety. If we do it for them, as soon as we extract, that plan has about a 50% chance of success.
And Emily, in our state, it was critical, and people took to it very quickly because what was going on in our state is tobacco was going out and coal was going out. And so where does Kentucky go in terms of the jobs for the new economy? Where are people going to be employed? And so they were hungry, I think, for the conversation.
Yep, I agree.
And Brian found that in other states, right?
Yeah, I mean, really it was a model that was extremely and fairly easily replicable because the appetite was there for certainly every rural state in the country. But what we soon found was states that we didn't consider necessarily rural were just as eager. I mean, California was an early collaborator of ours, one of the first 6 that we really started working with in earnest, and that was a surprise. But it was all about how we engage again those areas that are overlooked and underserved, and those tend to be rural. And every state has rural areas. Every state has farmers and ranchers, and so this became a conversation that was important. You're right, everywhere.
This morning I turned on CNBC, and I have to say that's all they were talking about is this new broadband deployment and EVs. I mean that is the news today, and it's only it's Tom's to take advantage of here in the future.
Local and national leadership, so important. Now, Tom, you joined Brian, right before this went from a 2-state program to a national program. Tell us a little bit about how, the vision, the mission, the leadership has all changed over the past decade to really make this organization sustainable.
Well, that's a great question, Emily. And, I would start by saying that certain elements for sure have traced all the way back. And so, there was a word that I'll key on that Brian had mentioned, and that was entrepreneurial. And that was something that I think has kind of defined our work, even from its earliest intention under Dr. Johnson. And the trick is, when you go from something of a scrappy organization that's, aspires to punch above its weight, you only live by being creative and innovative and taking advantage of those opportunities. And of course, we were the dog that caught the bus in 2009. So going from some 30 employees to over 100 in a matter of 6 months. You can imagine just the change management alone was something that would challenge not only leadership and resolve, but fundamental processes in the back office and things like that. So we learned pretty quick how to become resourceful and build procedures in that would support repeatable processes. That's one of the things with some of the federal grant work that we did there in the mid early 2000s was, you had a repeatable path to the deliverable, and so it begged the engineering of repeatable processes. But you had to make sure that you kept that element of scrappiness and the entrepreneurial lean in, so that you didn't miss the opportunities, because broadband is always going to present in America in a binary fashion, the have and the have not. But it's as we get down the road now, it takes on a much higher nuance, and you have to find those pockets because they're not quite as obvious. Because if your measure of accessibility is as if the network is there or not, that's certainly one measure. But now we know that the speed matters, capacity, latency, some of the quality components, the price and affordability of it, all those things factor in. So you've got to be nimble and paying attention so that you make sure that you capture those to empower those communities and individuals.
Now, there's so much history, so much experience, at this table right now. I'd love to have a little bit of story time. What I want to hear, let's tell the folks, what have been some of the achievements or the milestones that you're most proud of? Linda, let's start with you.
Oh, so that's easy for me. So a year into the project, I was CEO, I was chief researcher, I was pretty much doing the whole thing, and I realized pretty quickly that one key leadership trait is you need to delegate, and I needed somebody to take over the research. And so I think my greatest accomplishment is calling Brian Mefford and having the guts to say, hey, I know you've got this really plum job in Washington, D.C., but we need you in Kentucky in a nonprofit that's a year old. It's a fledgling organization, but you'll have fun, Brian. And he packed up his family and came
and he fell for it.
And he fell for it. He packed up his family and he came to Kentucky and helped us build this amazing team that has carried us through 20 years. Tom had the statistics at the beginning. Not very many nonprofits make it very long, and that's really a direct result of Brian's leadership, because I was just there 3 years, Emily. I went back to the faculty at the university, and so it's all Brian there on that one.
No, you're too kind as always. I would say a similar thing. I mean, again, back to people. This has been about people through and through from start till today. And we made that clear to the folks who were coming to join us. And I think that's part of that culture that was pervasive even when we go out into communities, is people said, there's something different here. And I learned to rely on others. I mean, just to your point, Linda, I learned that the hard way. Time and again, but eventually, even through this thick skull, things get in periodically. Relying on other people, trusting your team. We had a great team, as I said earlier, to be trusted. That was for me sort of a proud personal development perspective. But let me say this too. I had the support of a family that I'm extremely proud of. So my wife Allison, I joke with people today. I say I lived my life, my 30s in the airport, and it was largely true. And so and I encourage entrepreneurs to, again, rely on your people, but then also lean into your family. We would have family events. With Connected Nation in some of our early days, and 100 folks with kids, and it was just that's one of my proudest moments, is just seeing the family culture at Connected Nation.
Yeah, I would echo that. I know Tricia's probably at home watching it would tell you the same. With so much of, and we're asking people to give so much, and it's people helping people, quite literally. And it's easy for our family members, our extended family, to not understand that because there is such a demand and a toll that comes from this. But we are compelling people to give their greatest talents and treasures right now to do this type of work. And one of the things that I'm most proud of, and I'll say how I've advanced both of those principles that you all brought forward, was the people element and the experience is still, I think, top of mind when people engage Connected Nation. It's a little bit harder now because our workforce is so geographically dispersed. And of course, if we're going to espouse the virtues of broadband, then we need to support remote-based work where we can, and just make talent be our determinant, not geographic location. That creates a challenge in keeping that culture. When you're in Kentucky and you have people that you can see and touch every day, doing family events, things like that. My wife laments that she hasn't met everybody that works for us, and that becomes a toll. So you have to find other ways to steep and keep that culture, the thing that defines us. And so again, I'm in some small way proud of being able to continue that family focus, that personal touch in everything we do.
Now we have just a couple minutes left, so real quick here, I want to take a look at, y'all have been vision leaders, for this process. What do you think, looking ahead to the next 20 years, will be some of the challenges that broadband and maybe Connected Nation will face?
So I think one of the big challenges is this is such a people-centric business. The individuals involved need to have the knowledge, skills, and abilities, but they also have to be really interested in helping society, as these two have been, and as Tom is. And that's a challenge because these two could have ended up in Silicon Valley. Brian had a great career going in Washington. They could have gone to Austin or Boston, would have made a lot more money than they did running nonprofits. But that's the challenge Tom has, is to continue to find folks with knowledge, skills, and abilities that also have a society, community-minded focus and purpose to their existence. That would be my answer.
Yeah, Linda mentioned public-private partnerships earlier, and public-private partnerships are going to be a major driver of our economy over the next many years. I mean, look at what Starlink, for instance, is doing with NASA. That is happening even all the way to the local level. It needs to happen more. You need to have private industry, companies working, latching arms with government, and there needs to be sort of cohesiveness around that or between that, and that's where an entity like Connected Nation and others can thrive. But and it's necessary. It's a necessary role, and it's a valuable role. That convener, that connector, as Tom mentioned earlier. But there will be more and more opportunities for that. And as Tom said, it's important to stay nimble and innovative, and that's always a challenge. But he's up for the challenge. I think the only way
you accomplish that is through partnership.
Yeah, that's a good point.
One entity in this space can't do it all. And we learned really early on, surround yourself with like-minded people that have the abilities to affect the change you're looking for.
And you pull in that innovation from a company like Intel, for instance, who was an early partner, and John Davies is phenomenal leader there, right?
I think I'll end with this. You talk about the challenges. You're always going to have the binary challenge because technology is always going to churn. There's always going to be the new thing that needs to happen and empower people. We'll find the nuances where there is, something that's very unique to either a demographic or a geography. Those things will provide, nuance on the edge. But something that Linda brought up, I think, is confronting quite literally our humanity right now, and that is technology has the infinite possibility to bring us together, but it can be such a destructive force if it's not channeled appropriately.
It's true. Yeah.
And I see the degradation of personal relationships. COVID did a lot, obvious, to throw us into our homes and our tribes and our echo chambers. We've got to let technology have its rightful place and be an enabler and not, the tyranny that sometimes dominates too many people. And that's one area I think I wrestle with sometimes ethically is we want to bring technology to better life. Not to create division and not to create,
absolutely
tribalism. That's where I think we have. Aren't people fed up with it, right? And I think there's an ethics thing that have to be examined here as we look at big tech and some other things. We got to make sure that technology is a friend.
So important, and I know I could sit here and pick your brains all day if they would let me, but unfortunately we're out of time. Thank you so much, though, for sharing your perspectives. Thank you for bringing us together for this important conversation. Certainly grateful for that. Now, still ahead, our expert panelists examine what 2020 means for the future of the digital divide. But first, learn about the unique role libraries play in closing the digital equity gap. And we take you into our nation's schools for a look at how teachers, students, and parents tackled the onset of remote learning in the midst of the pandemic.
We never shut down our internet access to people, and a lot of people know what our password is, and so if they park or sit outside our house, our library, it's fine with us.
Jean Daly is the co-director of the Sydney Community Library, which serves the town of Sydney, Illinois. Population 1321.
I think that the libraries in the small towns are so important just for the fact that there's a resource, there's a place that they can come to, there's a place for the kids to come to. And see, we kind of felt bad being shut down, thinking that maybe some of these kids would need to be in here doing their schoolwork.
The library is open Monday through Friday from 4 p.m. to 7 p.m. Daly and co-director Rosemary McCary work together to keep the books, movies, and library's other resources up to date, all while trying to help local residents access and navigate the internet.
Not everyone can afford a computer, and not everybody knows how to use a computer.
We always will need to be training people on the computers and setting up email accounts.
We're helping break down the barriers to help people with the technology. You just have to use consistent language. You don't have to use technical words. You just have to go slow and be patient.
I mean, a lot of people come in and said, well, I can't do this because I have to have an email account. And we had a list of passwords for people so that they can have it all.
But it's about more than emailing friends and family. Having access to computers and high-speed internet is a critical need here.
Hospitals anymore, your doctor's offices, you have to do your scheduling online. You have to have the My Carl app or the, My Christie apps and those kind of things. And okay, like my mom, she's 86, and I thought, there's no way. I mean, this is not even something that they can do. And we've got a lot of people running off copies for unemployment, for, you don't do a job application unless you're online anymore.
Residents in small-town America are not the only ones who rely on the library system. It's also an important resource in urban America.
There are a lot of things that people take for granted who do have the technology in their pocket 24/7.
Lee Birchfield is the director of the Louisville Public Library.
I have been at this library for 24 years.
The library system is located about 3.5 hours south of Sydney, Illinois, in Kentucky's largest city. The Louisville Public Library serves a population of more than 782,000 people.
We're using a gigabit connection to the internet right now to serve 17 locations, probably around 700 public computers.
Birchfield says the pandemic forced the library system to shut down all its locations, and as a result, it cut off what was a lifeline for many people in the city.
We have branches that are across the parking lot from places where people go to get public assistance with things like paying their utility bills. And we would hear from the staff at those branches that they were seeing people coming who were pleading with them to be able to send a fax or to be able to print something or to be able to use the computer.
Birchfield points out that even though urban residents may have more reliable mobile connections than found in rural areas, that it's not a replacement for what people need in the modern world.
If what you're doing, whether you're applying for some sort of assistance program or applying for a job, if what you've got to do is print something out, a cell phone's not going to help you.
The director adds that there is one positive side to the pandemic.
I think one thing that will come out of COVID is that every elected official is so much more keenly aware now of how dependent the people they represent are on technology and how many of them don't have access to that.
Birchfield is right. There are signs that lawmakers are catching up, so to speak, with what's happening on the ground. By mid-2021, the federal government had set aside billions of dollars in broadband-related funding, including for programs that are focused on helping schools and libraries.
So the ECF program is really great, but the ways that they've restricted what the money can be spent on really is making it hard for public libraries to take full advantage of that. If you look at the first wave commitments, they were almost all schools, because schools have a mechanism to buy laptops with Wi-Fi connections and get them into people's homes.
So what kind of improvements would these librarians like to see made if they had access to those billions of dollars?
I would want to update our computers and get the word out that we have the best computers and the best helpers to get you the information that you need.
And if some of the money could be used to do the staffing that you need to help the people who aren't connected to schools, that would really be great. So where libraries, I think, can really continue to fill that gap is if we can get broadband into more homes. Libraries are standing by ready to help people continue to develop the skills they need to use that effectively.
Distance learning for us was really hard by having kids in multiple grades. Not having enough data for our internet, kids' computers was lagging.
It was very stressful because it was hard to do work, and then every time I had to take at least an hour from my computer to work again, I had a whole bunch of work to do.
We didn't have to pay for anything, no services. It helped save money to put towards food and other bills during the pandemic, and actually was very useful for us.
The addition of that seamless internet connection was kind of the last piece that we needed to get through to even more of our families and our students who had not been able to engage with us in that way.
Crescent, Oklahoma is a one-stop-light kind of town. It's a place many spend their whole lives.
I love this community because it feels like family.
I've had friends I've known since pre-cam, and it's just how it is. It's just growing up with everybody.
It sits about 40 miles outside Oklahoma City, which is the 8th largest metropolitan area in the U.S. by land area, and the 25th by population, growing from 31st since the last U.S. Census. By contrast, Crescent's population is no longer 1,500 residents, but rather sits around 1,300.
It's small. Don't have to worry about anything else.
The local American Legion is still open almost daily, welcoming back those who've served. The Crescent Co-op sits about a block off the main strip, waiting for harvest. To put it simply, it's the kind of town where they proudly fly the American flag outside their homes and keep their doors unlocked so the neighbors can stop by. Although all those things make up the body of Crescent, Oklahoma, like many small American towns, the school is the heart of the community. And in March 2020, it skipped a beat.
We left for spring break, and by April 6th, we had to have a distance learning plan in place.
It was just really strange because you'd grow up in a small town and you'd always seen everybody and got to talk to everyone every day, and then it was like, where'd everyone go?
We quickly realized this is not going to go away as quickly as we thought. So we started making some adjustments to finish out the year virtual.
For educators, that meant getting more than just creative, especially in rural towns like Crescent, where teachers often take on additional roles.
I am the art teacher, and we're a small rural school, so I pretty much cover all the grades in art.
I'm the 5th and 6th grade science teacher. I'm also the high school and middle school boys basketball coach.
Teachers had to be innovative and learn new ways to approach instructing their students, even if just to keep their attention.
Focusing was very hard because, watching TikTok, watching TV, it's all that's just at the house, so you don't want to do your work.
My math teacher didn't exactly know how to use all the Google Classroom and Zoom stuff, so it took him a minute to learn what to do.
What I chose to do was to use social media as a platform for my classes, so I put together packets and had them available for parents to pick up with supplies and media.
So I have to step up my game and understand that they're bored out of their mind if I don't let them use the technology that they've been accustomed to. So I've got to get better at using technology myself so that I can be a better instructor for those kids.
Getting teachers up to speed was only part of the struggle. Many kids did not even have the internet access they needed to attend virtual classes.
I had students who would go to the church parking lot and sit in their car, or go to, whatever parking lot where there was Wi-Fi.
Hotspots were kind of like prized possessions. If you could find one, it was amazing. Districts were receiving money from the state to help kind of close that gap a little bit, except that we couldn't find anything. And because of the pandemic, places were closing down, so we weren't able to get shipments and orders of stuff.
You'd think today, in today's time, more kids would have better access, but really the only type of access they would have would be their cell phones.
So, like their teachers, administrators got creative to find ways to expand internet access across more school districts.
Our district, we also set up buses that had a hotspot on them in different parking lots around the district. And so then families could bring their students to the parking lot. You would stay in your car, but your student was able to access and get onto the hotspot there.
And there was a surprising problem the pandemic uncovered: a critical need to provide training for parents on the technology their kids use in school.
I can imagine being just a normal person, not an educator, at home that was trying to navigate through this that we were asking them to do, and we didn't prepare them at all. We just said, well, your kids should know how to do it.
It was difficult. I mean, I'm a trained teacher for 22 years, and it was hard for me. So I can't imagine being just a parent that's not tech savvy, that dove into that and not knowing how to get their kids access.
Marcy Smithson is the president of the Crescent Schools PTO, and she agrees. Knowing how to use the technology is critical and can help even the youngest of students.
I feel that for Caroline, being in kindergarten, learning to work on a tablet, she's able to use those skills at home, and then now she uses them in the classroom, and it's been able to advance her in mathematics, in reading, and just she's, I feel like, ahead, already knowing how to use those tools.
And it's perhaps even more important for older students who are about to graduate or will either move into workplaces that often require computers or attend college.
So I think that was my biggest learning curve that I've noticed for me, was going from not having to use technology very much to having to check your email 4 and 5 times a day, to having to be on an online basis almost all day long during your class schedules. So I think it probably benefited students in high school now going into college, just having to be familiar with technology, but it was definitely a learning curve for the people that hadn't done it before.
Like other parents, Christy Field struggled during 2020 to help her high school student use that technology and stay on track while attending a virtual classroom.
His motivation to do his work and to be doing it online just decreased.
As hard as it may be to imagine, the year was even more difficult for Fields and her son Dalton than for other families.
My husband was diagnosed with terminal cancer.
For Dalton, that challenge amplified the impact of not having better access to his classrooms and ultimately his classmates.
He really needed to be around his peers because of the illness that his daddy had. He needed that support from his friends, and he was unable to get that during that time. So it was very challenging.
It felt very disconnected, felt very just distanced from everybody, and it was very weird going through it. It was a lot of just like, oh wait, something's happening, or this happened here, or this person did this, and it's like, what?
Being disconnected from school and friends was something other students also struggled with during the pandemic.
I was hanging out with them, and then as soon as it closed, I stayed away from everyone.
Yeah, so right before my freshman track season was whenever it hit, and so that was really a big bummer because we had been preparing for track and we were so excited, and then it just hit and there was no track season, and then it just carried on, and then basketball season got pushed back, and then cheer got pushed back.
It was terrible. Didn't get to do any sports, ruined some baseball year.
It's been definitely a roller coaster sometimes.
Dalton is quick to point out, both he and his mom managed to find their own silver linings, despite all the struggles he and other students had during the pandemic.
It helped me connect with my dad in his last year. With being stuck at home, I got to be with him more than I normally would have been. I would have been at school most of the time.
Well, I was lucky. My son goes to Crescent, our school, and we were fortunate enough to have teachers email, call, and check on him during that time. So we were very fortunate on that. So I wish every community could be like ours.
Despite the need for improved internet connectivity and expanded technology, everyone we talk to in Crescent count themselves among the lucky. That's because other districts did not fare as well.
Sometimes there's a misconception that all schools function the same way, or all schools have access to the same level of technology. And in some places, that's not the case.
Just ask Principal Lauren Kelly or Coach Joe Knapp. Principal Kelly worked at schools across Oklahoma before coming to Crescent Elementary, and the coach switched school districts from Hobart to Crescent at the height of the pandemic.
We did a survey, and only about 20% of the kids in that community had internet access. So when you have 80% of your student body not able to do anything online, it's extremely difficult to continue that teaching with your online resources that we try to utilize as teachers.
And come to any school and you're going to see the divide. We've got students that have access and are extremely motivated and staying caught up. And then we have students that have had a year and a half of disconnect from education. And so they're coming back into the school buildings even today, not on the same level as their peers. So we're already seeing the ramifications of this are happening now. And as it continues, as students don't have access and don't have the supports that they need, I foresee we're going to see these problems for quite a while.
Good afternoon, and welcome back to the Fort Bend Independent School District, located in Sugar Land, Texas. This is the only all-student-run location for today's national conversation on the digital divide. I'm Marilyn Terrazas, your moderator for the education-focused panel of today, officially titled, How Education is Impacted by Access or Lack of It. Let's meet our panelists. Heather Gate is the Vice President of Digital Inclusion for Connected Nation. Ms. Gate also chairs the Communications Equity and Diversity Council, which advises the FCC. Chris Martinez is the Division Director for Information Technology at the Harris County Public Library in Houston. The public library system serves as one of the nation's largest and most diverse populations. Meredith Wasick is the Director of Career and Technical Education here at Fort Bend ISD. Her work experience includes 18 years of classroom education and 6 years of educational leadership. And finally, John Windhausen, who is the founder and executive director of the Schools, Health, and Libraries Broadband Coalition based in Washington, D.C. It is more commonly referred to as Shelby. Welcome, everyone. Ladies first. So let's begin with you, Heather. Ms. Gate, you have worked with Connected Nation for 15 years. Can you comment on the progress of digital inclusion with regards to low socioeconomic students? And what do you eventually foresee happening in the future? Why is bridging the gap between have and have-nots so important?
Thank you, Marilyn. I would like to begin by thanking you and the whole Fort Bend Independent School District students for this awesome and wonderful job that you're doing. You all are an example of why, I'm sure I can speak on behalf of all the panelists, why we do what we do. It's to provide opportunities for children and students to excel and prepare them to be productive members of this wonderful world. I've had the pleasure, as you mentioned, of being a member of the Connected Nation team for over 15 years. And I can attest to the fact that we have really served honorably in terms of helping communities bridge the digital divide. More specifically, when it comes to the issue of students and education, one of the first projects that I had the pleasure of doing as an intern with Connected Nation was working on a project called No Child Left Offline. And the goals of No Child Left Offline was to get devices into the home of students. And these were students on the free and reduced lunch program. And the wonderful thing about that project wasn't just about getting the device into the household. And mind you, this was a time before smartphones, so kids did not have any access to the internet outside of the school system. And so the idea was to get these devices in the home at the same time have a conversation in communities between the school districts, the families, and local leaders on the benefits of the advantages of supporting broadband advancement in those communities and making sure that children had the resources that they needed at home. Now, the thing about the digital divide and digital inclusion is that it's really not just a matter of the have and have nots, one. Two, it's an evolving dilemma that we have to deal with. For example, when we first started, the idea was to actually introduce the idea of broadband. But today, the idea is making sure that the children have the broadband speeds and availability that they need to do what they need to do for education purposes, which is distance learning and also having the opportunity to do homework at home. And so at Connected Nation, over the years, we've done a lot of projects around working to advance the very idea of student learning, whether it's in the classroom or whether it's at home. And part of it has been collecting data and making sure that schools understand the state of broadband in their school, the state of not only broadband, but technology within the school building. And because you can't solve a problem unless you can fully define it. Also, we've also worked in making sure that students have resources. Most recently, we have been working on bridging the homework gap program through a program we called the Homework Gap program, which has gotten over 35,000 devices into the households of children from low-income families. Now, that program came about as in response to the pandemic, and I'm sure we'll talk more about the impact of the pandemic as we go on. And so today, we continue to work on making sure that kids have access to those resources in the classroom. In addition to that, we're also working with communities to make sure that broadband is available in communities, not only for the child, but the family. And as one panelist talked about earlier, it's not only just an issue of having connectivity in the classroom. Is the connectivity sufficient for more than one child in that classroom? And also having a parent that may be working remotely. So I'll stop there and we'll continue with this conversation.
Thank you. Mr. Winhausen, you serve as Executive Director of Schools, Health, and Libraries Broadband Coalition, which is referred to as Shelby. How does Shelby help students and education with broadband? Can you describe the impact and contributions that Shelby has had with the pandemic?
Sure. Thank you very much, Marilyn. It's a great pleasure to be here with you and with my fellow panelists. And it's a great organization here that's running this program. So congratulations to you all for putting this together. The Shelby Coalition operates at the policy level. So we're based in Washington, D.C., and so we have constant interactions with Congress, the Federal Communications Commission, NTIA at the Department of Commerce. And our message is to promote a high quality and affordable broadband for anchor institutions and their communities. So what makes Shelby a little bit different from other organizations is we're not just concerned about the building. Yes, the schools, the libraries, the health providers, they need high capacity broadband to those buildings, but also through those buildings, that can become a gateway to serve the community and to connect the residential consumers. So our message to Congress has been that look at anchor institutions as a part of the solution for bringing broadband connectivity to the unserved and underserved people. And we're very pleased that that message seems to be coming through because Congress has really appropriated quite a bit of funding for broadband connectivity over the last year or so. And they've adopted this several of our recommendations. Congress created the Emergency Connectivity Fund to provide $7 billion to schools and libraries to help them connect people off campus, beyond the campus of the school and library, which has just been a wonderful program. In addition, Congress also created an EBB program, Emergency Broadband Benefit Program, to directly subsidize broadband for low-income people. But this is an enormous problem, and I think one of the things that the Shelby Coalition has done is to identify the magnitude. So, for instance, today about 75% of homes have broadband. That number hasn't changed all that much over the last 4 or 5 years, unfortunately. But that means 25% of people don't have broadband. So that's about 80 million people in this country, and about 15 and 16 million of those people are students. So we're glad that Congress is stepping up, but it all depends now on the implementation for schools, libraries, community organizations to apply for this funding, get the local governments engaged to be able to put programs together that are actually going to be effective. And the Shelby Coalition is happy to work with state and local governments to help them achieve that objective.
Thank you. And now over to Mr. Martinez. Due to the pandemic, many public libraries were closed. What did your libraries do to serve the community and help with connectivity and learning?
Thank you, Marilyn. Being closed was a real shift for everyone. Not being able to go to Starbucks or McDonald's, a public library, or even school created a lot of problems for people without broadband at home. We like to get people inside of the library. We like to offer our programs, our devices to check out, but that wasn't possible anymore. So we knew we needed to change. We needed to adapt. We needed to help the people that were trying to get broadband. One of the first things we did was broadcast the Wi-Fi out into the parking lots. And we did it in a very crude manner. I mean, we plugged in access points to the walls that were closest to the front doors, and we started putting the access points in the windows. I mean, anything that could get folks connected. And that really alleviated the necessity to get out of your car and be in the elements. And so that was a great help, but we wanted to do more. So we partnered with our precincts to light up all the parks with our Wi-Fi and community centers. And so we quickly went from a 26 library location to 109 locations broadcasting the Harris County Public Library Wi-Fi, comprised of parks, community centers, and libraries. But again, we still wanted to push the envelope more. We wanted to do more, and we partnered with our Harris County broadband team in Motorola to actually broadcast our signal into people's homes using a private LTE on the CBRS spectrum. And that was just a great program, and we're very excited about all the work that we've been doing with that and all the families we've helped. So far, we've helped about 226 families, and we anticipate another 700 coming online by the end of the year. And despite being closed, we launched a curbside program, and within that year that the library was closed, we circulated almost 1 million items, and so that was also something that community benefited from.
Thank you. Can you describe the different aspects of programs in the libraries that assist with not just students, but also family members who struggle to understand how to utilize technology through broadband? And how does this close the gap of the digital divide?
Okay, great question. The library offers a multitude of services and programs. Access to computers, printing, device checkout, on digital literacy. This October alone, our residents spent about 1.2 million minutes on our computers. In that month, that's 2.5 years. That's what it translates to. And we see that, and we know we want to do more. But I think the real star of the show is the digital literacy that we offer. That really positions our parents to be able to help the kids that are bringing home technology. It helps them apply for better jobs. And so that effort is the one we've been really looking at and at expanding. Just recently, we were awarded a grant from the Texas State Library and Archives Commission to hire 4 digital navigators to take those digital literacy efforts out into communities where people live, because we understand that not everybody can get to a library. Partnering with organizations that allow us to use our facilities to bring those resources to those organizations and get people up to speed, to give everybody really the opportunity of access to information.
Thank you. Ms. Watzik, good afternoon. You serve as the Fort Bend ISD Director of Career and Technical Education. As director, what responsibilities do you have to your programs regarding technology and online learning, and how has the district supported you with those?
Sure. Thank you so much for the question and for being here today. It's very interesting because there is this concept or understanding of career and technical education as something that isn't for all students. But when we really stop and look at it, and we really stop and think about how technology and connectivity and broadband impacts everyone, we really do touch the majority of students, meaning the majority of students participate in career and technical education. When we started down the path of COVID, there was this whole mindset of, yep, we're going to go to class or we're going to go home and we're just going to log on to Wi-Fi. What many people failed to realize at the time was logging onto Wi-Fi at whatever speed that may be or lack thereof was not necessarily the most appropriate thing for all education. And specifically in the career and technical education world, where we have very high-end programs, very much like this one that you all are running, that require significant feed and significant accessibility. We weren't really prepared for that as a school district at home, because how do you actually put a device, whatever that lending device might be, in the hands of students that can manage all of the capacity that we need to run our audio video program, to run our architecture design program. And so from the perspective of what did the school district do, we worked very closely with our information technology team to identify where those specific needs were. It's one thing to tell students they can come and check out a device, and you get kind of what you get when you rolled up to that school to check something out. And the district did a great job of providing hotspots in areas where students didn't have things. But when I send a student home with a device that needs to run our audio video program, our architecture program, or our engineering program, I then very much have to worry about who else is in that house. We talked about one student, we talked about multiples, our adults working from that location. And so it became something that we were extremely sensitive to, from the fact of, does this department, career and technical education, own the responsibility of that connectivity? Truthfully, we could never fund all of that. We have 24,000 students in career and technical education in this school district alone. And out of that, there are about 7,000 of those students that need high-end connectivity. So as a department, we couldn't do that. We very much are looking to other organizations to help us find the funds to make those things possible. I will say uniquely in Fort Bend ISD, because of our career and technical education programs, we've been doing distance learning for now 6 years. And when I talk about distance learning, I talk about a teacher sitting in one facility who is delivering content across broadband, across whatever our system might look like, to students in another classroom, in another facility. Our need to do that is because we can't hire teachers in these specialized fields enough to be at every one of our schools. And we don't want to reduce student opportunity. And so we have worked very hard as a department and as a district to ensure that we're kind of on the cutting edge and leading edge of those types of things. So we were poised well. Money is always a subject. Money is always the issue. And I would also say that while it may be okay today when we put certain access points, technology is changing so fast. And in what we teach specifically for career and technical education, we stay up to date and current with what industry requires. That means that we have to evolve much quicker. And so I definitely say my concern and my voice for a connectivity issue is to be where we need to be today is not really enough, because we won't be able to catch up. Even if we had no divide today, we would not ever catch up because so much is moving quickly.
Thank you. Heather, regarding what Meredith said, what steps are next for Connected Nation, and will the focus on education and broadband continue? Also, will there be involvement with school districts?
Yes, yes, yes. Schools are central to what we do because, in order for us to continue to prepare for the future, we have to make sure that students have the connectivity they need both inside the classroom and at home. And as my fellow panelists said, it is not enough to just be connected. There is a need for students to have exactly the level of connectivity they need to get what they need to get done. So this engineering students should have the bandwidth that they need to be able to do that, and they have to have the appropriate devices. And so Connected Nation will continue to work with all these organizations. One thing that we say, and I'm sure we all understand this, it is not the job of one entity. It's not the government's role alone. It's not. We have to work together, and everybody has a role to play. So moving forward, Connected Nation is dedicated to continuing to work with organizations that are represented here and working with schools, because we all have a shared desire to really to bridge the digital divide. And so I think as far as data collection, we will continue to keep our finger on where things are, because we think that data is essential for us to really have meaningful solutions. Because folks, the moment is now. We have the funding right now. This is unprecedented. Over the past 18 months, we've done things that we didn't think we could do. And so we have to actually go through and actually get the work done. Now that the money has been appropriated, let's take the money and let's make sure we use data-driven solutions to fix those problems, so that we don't wake up like we did in March 2020, realizing that a significant number of students were going home and not able to do homework and not able to keep up with their peers. We have no excuses. This is the time for us to do this.
Thank you. And Chris, listening to Meredith and Heather, what does the future look like for libraries as anchor institutions that are critical to tackling the digital divide? What new programs and initiatives has the library been considering?
So we know from the American Society survey that 9% of Harris County residents don't have a connected device, don't have a computer or tablet, and double that, 18% don't have a connection to, or broadband connection, don't have an internet connection. And those numbers are really motivating for us. And what we did is we applied for the Emergency Connectivity Fund, and we've been awarded $6 million to circulate 15,000 Chromebooks. And we are awaiting funding to circulate 40,000 hotspots. And I think what sets us different from an ISD is that we can focus our efforts on veteran affairs. We can focus on college students. And so it's not just the K through 12, and we don't want to duplicate efforts with the ISDs. And so that was very important for us. But one of the things that came out of these programs and all of the efforts that we've been involved in is the partnerships with the nonprofits, with the ISDs, with municipalities. It's really made the library, placed the library as a connector, a conduit, a source of information, and that's really at the core of what libraries do.
Thank you. Let's shift our thoughts back to the federal level. John, since you are based in Washington, D.C., can you explain how the COVID-19 pandemic has impacted federal funding for schools and libraries?
Well, sure. I talked about this a little bit earlier, but I'll expand upon that. The ECF program provides that $7 billion for schools and libraries through the FCC. In addition, the Congress just passed the infrastructure legislation, which has an additional $65 billion for broadband in a variety of different programs. And I'm pleased to say that because of Shelby's advocacy, anchor institutions are mentioned 29 times in that legislation. So that really indicates that Congress wants the anchor institutions like the schools and the libraries to be eligible for that funding. But that funding is going to be distributed to the states. And so a lot of the governors are going to be making those decisions about how to allocate that funding going forward. So that's incumbent on all of us at the table to work with our state and local government leaders. And I know Connected Nation has been doing that right from the beginning. I mean, 20 years ago, you were starting down this path before anybody else, certainly before Shelby was at this. Connected Nation had recognized the need to do this. So that's going to be critically important. And then there are other more specific things, like there's the additional money there's $1 billion in this infrastructure bill for middle mile broadband infrastructure, which is very critically important to get broadband extended out into some of these rural communities. There's also $2 billion for tribal communities, which is very much needed. There was already an application program for tribes to apply, and 5 times as many tribes applied as they have money for. But also schools, there's also a need for cybersecurity funding. And some of this legislation also provides some funding for schools to protect their networks against ransomware attacks, which has unfortunately become an increasing problem. It's like one of the FCC commissioners said, it's like building a nuclear power plant, but then not building a fence around it. You know, you need that protection to make sure that that network is secure. So these are the kinds of things that Shelby is working on to convince Congress and the states to provide more of this funding for schools and libraries so they can meet their mission of serving their communities. And one last point I'd just like to make, it's not enough to rely upon our existing industry participation. We've got to do more. So the things that Chris is talking about and the things that Meredith, you started distance learning 6 years ago before the pandemic, those are the kinds of creative solutions embracing now as the opportunity to solve this digital divide for everybody going forward.
Yes, thank you. And thank you to the rest of the panelists, Heather, Chris, Meredith, and John. Still ahead, expert panelists examine what 2020 means for the future of the digital divide and look at how broadband technology is being used in new ways beyond our national borders. But first, the pandemic forced millions of patients to begin using telehealth and hospitals scrambling for how to implement it. Learn how you can take advantage of telehealth while protecting your personal information, and we'll take you inside an elite telestroke program that's saving lives in rural areas.
Telehealth. It's a way to access healthcare from just about anywhere.
I still feel like I'm getting that face-to-face conversation with my doctor, but I can do it from my home.
You can see your family doctor or a specialist over your phone, over your email, or over your computer screen. And it's easier to use than you may think.
I had a patient the other day who's 89, maybe almost 90, who does video visits just fine and is quite technologically savvy. So I think that's a misconception, is that most people think that they can't do it when indeed they can.
A Connected Nation Michigan study recently examined telehealth in 5 rural Michigan counties. It found nearly 2 out of 3 patients said their healthcare providers offered some form of telehealth even before the pandemic through an online portal, website, or mobile app.
It is a real game changer for how we're going to be able to deliver care and really help the patient do better.
A virtual visit means a patient can see providers, even in areas with few to no hospitals.
People in the rural areas don't have as much access to the doctors, the hospitals, the clinics, as much as maybe in the urban areas.
It allows individuals not to have to take a full day off of work, and we're able to see a specialist that may not have always been in our area because we're now bringing it in virtually.
That includes specialty services as well as diabetes education, physical therapy, occupational therapy, and speech therapy.
The study also found that telehealth usage, on average, leads to nearly 5 fewer trips to the doctor every year.
On a good day, we generally have about 14 visits a day. Sometimes it's a little bit more, sometimes it's a little bit less. We do a combination of video visits and telephone visits.
And in the 5 counties surveyed, it was estimated that telehealth would mean a savings of nearly $6 million per year.
It'll further reduce the costs, eliminate time wasting, and save a lot of money at the same time.
That includes money saved by traveling less and time saved with fewer in-person appointments.
I really like that, still being able to connect, but also being able to have it convenient for us.
Time is money, gas money, time in my car, if I'm driving to a doctor's appointment or waiting in a waiting room. That's something that I not able to do something else or get other type of work done.
Providers are also exploring how telehealth can lower overall costs.
The healthcare industry is looking at ways to reduce cost of care, and video visits can be used to, again, be more preventative. A patient could, instead of going to the ER, try to get on a video visit with a provider.
But the Connected Nation Michigan study also found some concerns among patients about trying telehealth, including a fear that virtual visits would cost more than in-person appointments. But because of the pandemic, insurance companies are covering almost all telehealth visits, and providers are now looking at long-term use.
Telehealth will be used to reduce cost of care, improve quality, really be more proactive in treating the whole person.
2 out of 3 respondents also raised concerns about their privacy. Healthcare providers say they take protecting your data very seriously.
That's probably one of the most important things about telehealth is the protection of the data and patient privacy.
In fact, the law requires it.
We are bound to the same, rigorous level of protecting their information as if they were stepping foot in a hospital, an emergency room.
We have to ensure that all data is encrypted, that health information is protected, and we are accountable for that.
Patients can also do their part by creating better passwords and keeping their devices up to date.
Almost all the time, those software updates include security fixes, and those are really important for protecting privacy.
Some respondents to the study also worried that health issues may be missed or misdiagnosed if they use telehealth. But things like remote monitoring devices are helping doctors keep better tabs on their patients.
At Munson Home Health, we use remote patient monitoring equipment, and we put those units in primarily with our high-risk patients. It's been really effective for these patients as far as being able to intervene early in their care.
I've been able to do a variety of different visits and address a lot of different things by doing telemedicine. It really is the same as me being in the office.
The benefit of that, too, will keep people from having to bounce back and forth between the hospital, especially in the rural areas.
In fact, in recent months, telehealth has become critical for many patients.
It's certainly been literally a lifesaver in the age of the pandemic right now.
Minimizing exposure decreases their risk, especially for our elderly or at-risk patient population.
And healthcare providers say they'll let you know when an in-person visit is a must.
There will never be a substitute to the real one-on-one interaction with a provider, and that's a given.
One of the biggest challenges surrounding telehealth is internet access.
Since COVID hit, the demand on the internet has increased roughly 30% on the networks up here.
Despite that need, the Connected Nation Michigan study found only 10 Michigan counties were telehealth ready, even before the pandemic hit.
Some of the challenges with using telehealth, especially in the rural areas, is just the lack of broadband internet access or cell service.
One of those barriers is the technology itself and making that technology available to both hospitals, doctors, and to patients as well.
That means many patients and doctors do not have the internet access they need.
We see telehealth as being one of the major applications that's really driving the need for broadband connectivity in general.
We have the technology to do it, but you can't get it to the people because we don't have the bandwidth for it.
We need to work very closely with our hospital system and allow people the opportunity for telehealth, telemedicine.
Connected Nation Michigan and its parent company, Connected Nation, are working to find innovative solutions for expanding internet access to more people, no matter where they live.
We're working with local community leaders and the service providers to expand not only the access to it, but also the adoption and use of broadband.
It's work that's vitally important as communities and healthcare providers look to expand telehealth resources to all people.
I just think this is the future of healthcare, and you're only going to see it grow.
Okay, good. Can you please raise your left leg up for me?
Perfect.
Dr. Murali Kolikonda is demonstrating how he interacts with patients using telehealth. He is a vascular neurologist and the system's medical director of telestroke and teleneurology at Baptist Health Medical Group, located in Kentucky.
The Lexington, which is a comprehensive stroke center, which kind of motivated me to come here to work with my multidisciplinary stroke team.
Based on our exam, then we're going to decide.
We have two sites, which is Richmond and Corbin, which are local hospitals, and they feed into our Lexington site, which is a comprehensive stroke center.
Dr. Kolikonda says telestroke and teleneurology programs, like the one run out of Baptist Health Lexington, are lifelines for many people living outside the city limits.
We don't have any neurologists in our regional sites, and there is no stroke specialist. Important thing is it is going to have an immediate assessment in the emergency departments, bringing the neurologist or a stroke specialist into the emergency departments via a monitor on the screen, and we do the immediate assessments, evaluations.
That ability to respond immediately is crucial because, according to the doctor, early diagnosis and treatment is the key to surviving a stroke.
And this happens so fast, and this is recognizing the symptoms is one thing, and activating the necessary appropriate teams is one big thing. And patient could have been paralyzed, patient could have been having high morbidity, and even patient could have died. And it really gives an immense satisfaction as a physician for me taking care of those patients in regional facilities where there is no neurology or stroke expertise.
The doctor demonstrated for us earlier how some of that is done. But there's another side to the program that's critical: the ability for the larger medical team to do assessments using a simple app on their phones.
We have this imaging apps on our phones where electronically these images are being transferred. At any point of time, there are 3 physicians who are looking at the scans. There is a neurointervention, neurosurgeon, and a vascular neurologist is looking at the scans and making decisions on real time.
The doctor says the technology is working and saving lives.
I have seen a patient the other day where we have seen a patient at Corbin who was having this complete left-sided weakness, and he was not able to move and not able to talk. And he got this clot-busting medication, and within 23 minutes, which is way below the national average, that we treated that patient. And we brought the patient to the main hospital. We did a brain cath where we removed the clot out within less than 40 minutes. And the person went home the next day.
He does point out, however, that these types of programs require strong broadband connections, and good internet access is something Baptist Health considers as leadership looks to bring the program into new rural locations and clinics across Kentucky.
It is vital, especially in this telestroke system, because you're treating patients on real time and you're making decisions on real time, looking at the scans on your phone from the mobile apps. So connectivity is a very crucial aspect of telestroke and teleneurology.
The doctor says the program was able to grow in part because of the lifting of some regulations that previously limited telehealth.
Pandemic has expanded, and it has really provided some privileges, in terms of who can do telestroke, and it has really helped us. So there are so many reasons that some people have adopted in a way that we never imagined. And right now, with the current scenario, I see that this is definitely not going anywhere, and I see more and more physicians adopting to this.
He adds that the pandemic also created a new and unexpected response to signs of stroke, a fear to come to the hospital.
They were sitting at home until it got worse. They were coming to the hospital. By the time all the early stroke treatment windows, we are out of all the treatment options at that time.
But he wants everyone to know that if there is a hospital near you and you don't have to rely on telehealth, the staff is prepared and the building sanitized for COVID-19. It's why Dr. Kolikonda asked us to share some parting advice.
And any signs of stroke, I really want people to pick up the phone, call 911, and come to the hospital.
I think everybody has a duty to their community. We all owe it to each other to look out for each other. And that's one thing Alliant really empowers us to do. Whether it be through the match program where I can go work with the organization, donate, and have that match, or just in my work of doing right by our members, making sure that they can really elevate themselves and go to the next level and go wherever life takes them. I do a lot with a lot of after-school programs, so whether it be working with at-risk children to teaching people, and you can really enjoy life while at the same time being financially responsible. There's checking and savings accounts that can really help them gain interest on that money instead of losing money through giving it to the currency exchange. It's a lot out there, so really help them understand what they can do and what the next step for them could be. At the end of the day, we're one big community, and a community really helps each other out. I'm Jamal James, and I'm the Partner and Product Manager for the Loan Trade Desk.
And welcome back to KGW TV in Portland, Oregon. I'm Brenda Braxton, KGW anchor and your moderator for the next half hour. Our next panel touches on a very timely and important topic, what 2020 means for the digital divide. So let's meet our panelists. We will start with Cheatham Erdem, Global Director for Education and Public Sector Sales in Intel's Client Computing Group. She works closely with governments, education decision makers, and partners worldwide to drive digital transformation in education. Next up is Makai Ali. He serves as the Board of Trustee President for the Compton Unified School District in Compton, California. President Ali has worked at the federal level to help develop education policy, including working to broaden access to early care and education for low-income children. Also joining us today is Angela Seifer, Executive Director of the National Digital Inclusion Alliance, also known as NDIA. She's worked in the field of digital inclusion since 1997. And finally, Catherine DeWitt. She directs the Pew Charitable Trust Broadband Access Initiative. It works with state and federal lawmakers, researchers, and other partners to accelerate the nation's progress to universal, affordable, high-speed internet service. Welcome, one and all. Thank you so much for being with us today. Looking forward to our discussion. So, Catherine, I'd like to start with you. Okay, Congress just passed that big infrastructure bill. It includes $65 billion to expand broadband. It includes more than $42 billion for state grants. So can you talk about how it's structured and how it really does put states in the driver's seat?
I would be more than happy to, and thank you so much for having us here today. I actually don't think that this panel could have been planned for a more perfect time. Before I jump into the piece about states, though, I do want to take a step back and talk about what this $65 billion investment really is. And we're at a truly historic moment in broadband policy. This is the largest single federal investment in the digital divide, and that amount alone is very exciting. But it's arguably what's in the bill that's just as exciting, and it's because it reflects more than a decade of research about how we actually make sure that that money achieves its intended outcomes. What do I mean by that? It means that we have funds for availability, for broadband adoption, for affordability, and skills building. And it also is building capacity at the state and local levels to be able to ensure that we have the folks who are closest to the problem in the driver's seat. So we're very excited about the fact that not only do we have these funds available to significantly increase the availability of connectivity across the country, we're going to be building the digital ecosystems that we need in order to ensure the sustainable impact of funds.
Absolutely. Go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh, no, you didn't. You didn't.
I just wanted to let you know as well, and our audience too, that if there are things that you guys want to kind of piggyback off, if Catherine says something that somebody else wants to weigh in, feel free. We've got lots of time, and it's going to just kind of liven up the discussion as well. But I have to say, President Ali, let's talk about your school district. What kind of experiences did your kids, did your staff have during the pandemic?
Well, let me simply say this. I want to pivot to Catherine. I'd be remiss if I did not thank Congress as well as the President for a bipartisan bill with respect to investing in broadband and access throughout the urban corridors of this country. What many of the students as well as teachers experienced in my school district simply typify that of most throughout urban America. Simply put, many of us had already made a tremendous amount of investments with respect to technology and infrastructure, but many of us were thrust into having to provide services for the entire community. Not just access to technology, but access to food, ensuring that we address the social, emotional state. the fiscal challenges that folks were already struggling with were simply exacerbated as a result of the pandemic. And we've been able to truly address many of these issues. However, there's much more work to be done. And so working collaboratively with organizations like the California Association of Black School Educators and working with our legislative friends in Sacramento, we've made a tremendous gain. Much more has to be done in order to address the learning continuum. When everyone began shutting down, we huddled at the district office and began developing, this was in March of that year. We began developing a business continuity plan with respect to the delivery of education to our students to make sure that no one lost, no one was left behind, with the exception of our special education students, which I'll admit, many of us simply could not address the needs because we were ill-equipped and things were moving so fast. And so if that's one issue and one concern that I say we must go back and correct, remedy, and bring forth a sense of restitution, we must. We have an obligation, not just a moral obligation, but an obligation pursuant to federal law.
So let's take a little bit broader perspective, maybe give the bigger picture for a moment. Angela, you say that we need to look both short-term and long-term for solutions. Can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, I think it's actually what's already been discussed, which is that what happened during the pandemic was everyone was like, oh my gosh, we have to figure this out. And so there was a lot of, oh my gosh, let's figure this out. And we have to keep working towards figuring those out. So how do we get folks access to the internet that's affordable and meets their needs? How do we make sure everybody has the right device? Because mobile phone doesn't always cut it. What are our systems for digital literacy training? But those are all immediate, like, oh, we have to do this right now. But we also have to look at that in the long term because we need systems set up so that we can always be able to address this if there's another pandemic. If somebody just needs to, get something online, right? So the challenge is that technology is going to keep changing. How we use technology is going to keep changing. So if we don't look at how our systems are set up, then we're going to be in this spot again and again and again. We know that infrastructure is not ruled out equitably. Access to the internet is not ruled out equitably. We have to address that, and as technology changes, we need to keep addressing it, because if we don't, we're gonna keep trying to solve the digital divide.
Right, isn't that the definition of insanity, doing the
Yes,
same thing
right.
over and over and expecting a different result?
Yes.
Cheatham, I know I've heard you say the same thing that Angela is, that having access alone is not enough. How did Intel tackle some of those challenges in 2020?
Yeah, thanks a lot, first of all, for accepting us here. And so, as you know, Intel is a technology company. And we are known with our, first of all, our purpose is enriching the life of every person on earth with technology. And we have a big history in education with our programs and how we were supporting teachers and education transformation programs in the last 2 and 3 decades, in fact. During pandemic, what we have seen is that, first of all, as other panelists mentioned, once schools closed, there was a big equity problem. So Intel committed $50 million to help healthcare, education, and economic recovery causes, and try to help the problems around the world by working with the ecosystem. We worked with our ecosystem, and we were able to reach more than 1 million students around the world and helping them with remote learning needs and solutions. This part of it was in US, and specifically in US, we also worked with First Book, the organization called First Book, and also partnered with partners like CDW and Lego Foundation. And we were able to bring remote learning solutions, including accessibility, student notebooks, and also remote learning content and solutions to more than 15,000 families around the US, specifically in the 45 school districts with Title I, which are the Title I school districts. So that was one of the kind of the big achievements we were doing. And also, as I mentioned, we work with our ecosystem to support globally with more than 230 programs around the world. And also, we figured out that this is such an abrupt change. Suddenly, students are at home, and teachers are not ready for this. And and also parents, from parents' perspective, suddenly they became the teachers there for their students. So we prepared parent and educator guides to help them create some resources to help them how they can help their students in this environment.
Is there anything with the teachers besides the guides that you would want to mention as far as how Intel helped them?
Definitely. So from teachers' perspective, I mean, our focus on teachers, again, is a big, long commitment. So we were supporting teachers for so many years. But during the pandemic, we figured out that, first of all, teachers, they need more skills. Some of the teachers were able to use technology very easily, but for some of the teachers, it's not so easy to suddenly, use new education modalities and help their students. So we created a program called Skills for Innovation, which we are helping with professional development towards teachers and how they can really support their students. Because, again, basically, pandemic is a big disruption, but there are other disruptions which are creating more digital divide. So now there is fourth industrial revolution, and with the learning loss and the fourth industrial revolution demanding new skills, unfortunately, our education system is not bringing those skills. So we are trying to help with educators that how they can use technology, infuse technology so that they can help their students with those skills to be ready for future.
I don't know if anybody saw that, but President Ali was doing the polite golf clap when you said, not everybody has the same skills. You have to weigh in on this from your perspective.
Absolutely. Professional development is key.
Yeah.
And oftentimes school systems operate as if they're behemoths. Recalcitrant, obstinate, the guardian of the bureaucratic order, not leveraging the technological prowess of companies like Intel, T-Mobile, or Verizon. These folks employ professionals, engineers who've been trained by the best institutions or the best universities in the world. Bring them in to assist with respect to a higher level of understanding so that now when we call upon you to become teacher technologist, you're in a position to deliver a high measure of education, a high measure of educational solutions. Let's be very clear. Learning loss is nothing new. Many children within the urban corridors have been saddled in schools who've done nothing more than warehouse and pretty much continue on with the cycle of illiteracy, as well as ensuring that our children are not competitive within this global economy. COVID and the digital divide actually pulled that forward and was an exfoliant. So now we have an opportunity to truly see everything in its current state. And so when you look at Compton, certainly it's a poor community, certainly an economically suppressed community, which does not mean or equate to our children being uneducable. One of the significant issues we had, needing more training and more professional development for teachers in short order. In addition, there are many households with a tremendous amount of children and mom and dad who are also trying to utilize Wi-Fi for work. Grandparents, guardians, uncles and aunts. Everyone is simply trying to access the same highway in order to pull down data and work. So now we have an infrastructure bill. How do we then increase the investment so that everyone can utilize what we know is indeed the great equalizer? When you look around in Compton, we had our children participating in opera via Zoom. We're utilizing robotics and able to map Africa or Latin America utilizing technology. Our children, our students are now able to travel anywhere they so desire in the world as a pilot in a cockpit, as a submarine operator. They could even be Mickey Mouse if they so desire. But the fact of the matter is this. We have all the resources that are available. Some things are not partisan. Some things are very simply put. And the need to invest in the education of our children, that ought to be front and center. The need to address issues of special education, the need to address homelessness, the lack of food, the food deserts that exist in this country. It ought not be an opportunity for us to simply shake our head and discuss, but it ought to be a call to action. And now we have the opportunity. Money ought not be the issue.
Well said. Catherine, this next question is for you. It's about closing the connectivity gap with remote learning. So the feds have poured in a lot of money through the CARES Act, the American Rescue Plan during the pandemic. How has that been leveraged nationally over the last year?
Well, in a couple of ways, and I think it's also important not to be the researcher, but that's my job, so I'm going to do it. But to also talk about what we've learned from how those funds were implemented, especially the CARES Act. I think first, implementation of CARES Act funds and really the digital divide. I appreciate this term as, COVID. I appreciate the term exfoliant because I think it's a really good explanation. It showed us that what we thought before, what the national conversation was focused on was, broadband, the digital divide is about availability and affordability. That's it. And it's rural communities don't have access and urban communities can't afford it. That's not true. What COVID showed us is that this problem, digital disparities, are far more diverse. The breadth of those disparities is much larger than what we originally thought. Let me ground this for you a little bit. So we've already talked a lot about skills with teachers. I think that was an eye-opening experience for lawmakers and for superintendents across the country and parents as well, that maybe those caretakers didn't have the skills that they needed to help those students learn remotely. Teachers didn't know how to use the technology itself. When we're talking about remote learning, we also talk a lot about devices and device access. For who? Just K through 12 students? Or for students who are also continuing their education? That's why you saw states like Missouri use their CARES Act funds to ensure that college students and students who were enrolled in associates programs also had access to devices. The other side of the connectivity piece is the remote learning piece is the complexity of connectivity. It's not just, is there a connection available or not? This isn't a binary question. Is that connection available? Is it reliable? Is it affordable? And is it something that's actually useful for this type of real-time learning? And what we found is that it wasn't in a lot of cases. So that introduced some really important questions about what type of technology we were investing in across the country. How do we think about what last mile, that connection to your home, really means? A line running down the road in front of your house, that doesn't help you if that doesn't get connected down the driveway, which is how we saw some states like Vermont and Tennessee use their funds to do those line extensions and service drops. In Virginia, we saw some pilot programs in affordable housing communities where local school districts were realizing, oh, these kids don't have connections, what do we do about it? So they stood up wireless mesh networks. This is a very long way of saying we learned a lot more about just how complex the digital divide is at the local level. We also learned too that states were able to respond fairly quickly to meet these nuanced challenges. They knew what they were. They just needed the funds to move it forward. And all of these lessons from affordability, reliability, quality, devices, all of that fed into the infrastructure bill that was passed, 10 days ago? Signed earlier this week. Yeah. So those lessons learned were really important for advancing the conversation and really showing us just how much work there still is left to do.
I also want to talk about how all of this is going to impact the future of the digital divide. Okay, so are there new solutions? Are there other possibilities that we should be exploring? I see Angela nodding her head. I'll start with you, but I'd love to hear from all of you.
So the digital divide existed before we had COVID.
It did?
Right. Surprise! And what COVID did was the exfoliation, right? We're like, oh, look, we have a problem. But what happened then during COVID was there was these new resources being put towards the issue, and we did come up with some new solutions because we had more resources to work on those solutions. So NDIA represents folks on the ground who've been working on digital inclusion issues, some of them for decades, and they've been struggling and often can't pay their staffs. One of our affiliates I often refer to, before the pandemic, if she could pay her staff, they were paid staff. If she couldn't, they were volunteers. That is not how anybody should operate a business, or because a nonprofit organization is a business, but that was the reality because there was no funding for the work. That's changed. There is funding now, and one of the strategies that came about was this focus on helping people sign up for discount internet, having the government pay a benefit to the internet service providers to cover folks' internet service. That's amazing, and that got expanded in the current infrastructure bill, so we're very excited about that. Another strategy that came about was the idea of digital navigators. So somebody in the community, usually at a trusted institution, because that trust part's really important, helps guide community members through signing up for the internet. Is there a service that they're available for that's discounted or subsidized? Where's a device? Is there a program where they can get a device that meets their needs because that mobile phone doesn't cut it? Where's the digital literacy training? Is it in the languages I need it to be in? Is it convenient to my home, or can I do it online? Who's going to help me go online so I can take the training, right? So it's established that it's a person. The digital divide is a human problem. It's not just a technology problem. And I think that's come up in multiple comments today, that we have to make sure we address the human side, and that's what's exciting about the progress. I think we're finally starting to address the human side, and that isn't lost in the infrastructure bill. So there's possibility we could make a huge dent.
Can I actually build on that point about the human side? So when I started in this field, it was infrastructure folks were on one side, and then the digital literacy and equity folks were on another side. You didn't cross. That's changed. The infrastructure bill, even to Angela's point, it's all together. We're thinking about humans, we're thinking about human impact. But even in the infrastructure bill alone, those federal funding requirements say if you receive federal funds, you have to have an affordable offer available for qualifying families. Also, you have to connect every household in that service area within 4 years. That's a universal service mandate. That is thinking about the mandate is a strong word. It's a universal service requirement, but it is thinking about the human side. And that's a very important development forward in the infrastructure discussion alone, because it is making that point. This is not about technology. It's about what we can do with it and the doors that are open when you have those connections available.
Amazing distinction. President Ali, what do you think as far as new avenues?
Well, most certainly I agree with everything that was stated today, but let me go a step further. When we look at the urban corridors, communities that have been impacted with respect to disinvestment, now we have an opportunity to reinvest. And we have an opportunity to allow technology to drive pedagogy. We have an opportunity to look at pockets of innovation where there's phenomenal work being done with respect to literacy. And how then do we leverage technology within that space? Let's get off of bumper stickers and cliches. Let's get into transformation. Let us look at this from a perspective that allows us to stretch the aperture of thought. Let it be stratospheric as to how students are able to now attend school at home, irrespective of vaccine, mask, or COVID, if in fact that modality allows them to learn faster. We can move them through the system so that they can be contributors to this country. Who says that you have to follow the current sequence from K through 12 or K through 13 or 14 in X amount of time? Some students can move faster leveraging technology.
Ooh, stratospheric. I love that. That's exactly where we should be shooting. And what about Intel moving forward in the future? How does it contribute to this?
Yeah, so you know that we are, of course, technology company known with our CPU and platforms, but we do much more than that. And the remote learning, this maybe it was the biggest experiment, you know, suddenly it put everyone to use technology, which we were trying for so many years. So what Intel is working on now, how we can use kind of first of all talk about the technology needs. So we are now, first of all, we are saying that devices are needed, connectivity are needed, but how can we make it more seamless so that people can use it easily? We are working on those new systems, that new usage models and so on. This is one. Secondly, we know that, for example, teachers, they started using technology, and yes, they have a skill gap that we are helping. But in addition to this, they were too much working on troubleshooting. So how we can create better technologies with connectivity included and can help teachers to easily manage their class. So we are working on those type of technologies as well. And in the meantime, usage model is totally changed. In the past, computers were taught as, yes, everyone needs a device. But now that device needs to be really a good device so that the students can learn from anywhere. You know, it's very important, from home or from school, because now we see more hybrid learning or more blended learning coming with the new usage models. So we are advocating on what is the right device for education, because we believe that it's very important, not just the digital or access divide, but also the skill divide, because there is a skill gap, as I mentioned, and we are working on that one as well.
So we just have a couple of minutes left. I would like to invite you to leave us with a final thought. Catherine, I'll start with you and we can just move down the line.
I think first, this is a solvable problem. The digital divide is a solvable problem. It will take time, but what we've learned from the research and what we've learned over the last year in particular, year and a half, how long has it been? It takes accountability, it takes funding, and it takes building really strong and collaborative partnerships that get out of the tech sector and bring everybody to the table. So this is a solvable problem, but we're really excited to jump in and actually get it done.
Angela.
I think it's important for us to remember that the solutions are local. Yes, they need federal support and state support, but where does the work get done? In our communities, right? Because that trust factor is really, really important. Technology is intimidating. It has been known to harm people, right? So we have to have that trust in the solution, and that's the schools and the libraries and the housing authorities and the community-based organizations, those that already work with folks, to make sure that we are addressing everybody's needs. And that disinvestment that was mentioned earlier, we have to address that head on. And I think we're starting to get there. As Catherine mentioned earlier, we had been focusing only on rural areas for the longest time, that the digital divide was a rural problem, which is completely inaccurate. The digital divide is everywhere, urban, rural, suburban, tribal. And we need to get at that everywhere, and that disinvestment is finally something that's more out in the open. Digital redlining is real, and we have to be able to address it as something that's real, or it ends up being just kind of shoved aside. And I think we're finally in a space where we can have these open and honest conversations.
I'll simply say I encourage companies like Intel to partner with school districts and really help them. And I would encourage school districts to lean on the business community. There's symbiosis. We can help each other, and we can help our communities. Thank you.
Cheatham.
Thank you. Yeah, I definitely agree. We know that we have a responsibility as the technology companies, and we are ready to support when we are building the new thing together. Thank you.
Thank you all for being here. It was an amazing discussion. We appreciate all your expertise.
Thank you so much.
There is much more still to come today. What you need to know about better protecting your privacy and your kids online. And our final panel of the day shares how broadband technology used internationally impacts us locally. But first, mental health practitioners explain how telehealth has impacted treatment options. They also share what they believe the pandemic has taught us about ourselves.
The Creative Family Counseling Center has a motto that guides its therapist work: helping home be a happier place.
We are a group practice in Louisville, Kentucky and in Prospect, Kentucky that specializes in helping turn homes of chaos into homes of happiness and healing.
We are mostly marriage and family therapists, which is a systemic model of therapy, which means we're treating the entire family when we're treating a child. Or we're treating the entire family when we're treating a young adult. Or we're working with the entire family when we're working with a couple or even an individual adult.
It's an important undertaking at any time, but perhaps especially so during the last 2 years.
Prior to the pandemic, there was a strong emphasis on providing support to parents already. But during the pandemic, the need for that support for parents really increased.
The only problem with providing that support for not just parents, but the whole family during the early part of 2020, everyone at Creative Family Counseling was also having to adjust to the sudden and shocking onset of COVID-19.
And as a supervisor, I didn't have the answers.
Suddenly, I was canceling all of my appointments because, things were shutting down and schools were shutting down and all of these things. And so people weren't really quite sure what to do yet.
Rebecca Street is the practice manager at the Linden location. She's also a therapist who practices attachment-based family therapy, which she explains is an evidence-based treatment for adolescents and adults, and one of the few effective treatments for preventing suicide attempts.
It is a really difficult model to practice via telehealth because so much of the energy of what you're working with happens in the room.
But there was little research on just how to make that adjustment.
There's less guidance and material out there, I think, for those methods of therapy being provided via telehealth. And so we've been doing a lot of learning on our feet in the last year in terms of how do we engage the entire family in treatment when there is one device that can get on the internet and we're trying to angle the phone or whatever it is so we can see everyone.
And many of the traditional tools the therapists at Creative Family Counseling used were no longer at their fingertips.
Primarily, we were working individually with the child in the playroom for a good length of time, developing coping skills, helping them identify and learn emotions, finding ways to solve problems, increasing self-esteem, all through play.
It was a challenge that even limited the use of the organization's certified therapy dogs, Lola, Archer, and Nugget. If you take time to read how each of the dogs can help, which we did, it ranges from providing a calming presence to clients who may feel anxious about coming to therapy, to helping people stay grounded when they discuss strong feelings or painful memories. And, for the record, Nugget will, quote, make appearances on screen with telehealth, something therapists themselves across the country were at times struggling with how to manage.
I think a lot of it is that, by and large, the types of intelligences between being technology competent and being a gifted therapist don't often overlap. And so I think it's not a comfort zone for a lot of people that work in our profession. Even the people that provide trainings have had to learn how to deliver those in new ways, and we've had to learn how to deliver therapy in new ways.
Adding to the confusion, each state approached the issue of providing therapy via telehealth differently. For Kentucky therapists, they were required to take 15 hours of telehealth training.
At the beginning of the pandemic, there was a big rush to figure out how I could get that training so that I could support the families that I was working with.
And we were hearing from our board that, no, you really do need to have this training and you have to take it before you can offer telehealth. So we are scrambling for most of the month of March, I would say, to figure out how we were going to provide services.
And we had to invest in the time and energy and resources to upgrade all of our platforms. We also had to get trained in providing telehealth services.
That investment was necessary because prior to the pandemic, Creative Family Counseling did not offer telehealth services, instead opting for all in-person treatments.
Because I felt very strongly that the magic of what we do with working with families and children and teens, that happens in person in our play therapy rooms where we have access to all the toys and games and art supplies and all the fun.
Lacey Ryan, who's the founding director of Creative Family Counseling, says if there's a silver lining to the pandemic for her, it's that she's been able to add telehealth to her therapist toolkit.
It took a good couple of months for us to really feel a bit more grounded in opening up a telehealth platform, putting all of our resources together, creating Google Docs that we could share with one another. If we're shifting the entire way that we interact with a family, let's all pull together and help each other as we learn this new model. Maybe it has some limitations, but I was forced to learn some new ways to provide support and services, and I was able to do that.
Part of making that adjustment meant thinking of how to better utilize telehealth.
We were able to find some virtual play therapy resources, virtual sand tray, that we could continue to try to provide as much intervention as we could, but from a distance. Other times I would have my puppet on screen with me. We would be having playful interventions and activities across the screen with one another.
But with schools shifting to remote learning and so many other things moving to online platforms, it was clear that the therapist also needed to consider how much screen time kids were already getting and how to help parents cope with it all.
We would spend 15 to 20 minutes with the child and then shifting over to providing parent support and having a big emphasis on how to support the parents during that time. Parents were pulling triple duty. I'm parent, I'm teacher, and I'm employee, and all of that's happening at home. That was just impossible. It's impossible for someone to manage all of that.
Then, just as the therapists at Creative Family Counseling were getting a handle on using telehealth to help their clients, there was another shift.
Maybe in June or July, that's when the effects of the pandemic really started to show themselves for the children. And that's when our phone just started ringing off the hook.
It was in mid-2020 that therapists were just beginning to see the true mental health implications of the pandemic.
Children were experiencing extreme anxiety and panic, extreme separation anxiety. Some of them have experienced trauma over the course of the pandemic. Some entire families have experienced trauma.
I think part of it is that in the mental health disciplines, we witnessed the pandemic happening at a different rate than in the physical health disciplines, in terms of when we were seeing people get sick. And so there have been different waves of distress that have peaked over time at different points, and it hasn't necessarily always coincided with when cases were the highest.
Both Street and Ryan add that the long-haul effects of COVID will not be known for years to come, especially on this generation of children.
Teenagers developmentally are supposed to be like separating from their parents and developing their own interests and really developing their own sense of self, and it's really hard to do that when you are locked in a house with your parents for 2 years. I've ushered a couple kids into college through all of this, and watching their process be very different than kids before them and how they've managed that.
The good news during this troubling time was that telehealth allowed Creative Family Counseling to reach more people.
We're available to families across the entire state of Kentucky now. And for those clinicians who are licensed in Kentucky and Indiana, then our reach extends across Indiana as well.
It's good and bad. You know, some of the kids in rural areas still struggle with access because of, low bandwidth, or they don't have the devices that they need and those kinds of things. And so there have been some limitations, but I would say all in all, I've had more kids get access to services than were unable to access services than ever before.
The therapists say they also learned that telehealth can help them connect with those who often find themselves being treated like outsiders in their own communities, or simply are too afraid to try therapy.
We've also found that there are some middle schoolers, teenagers, and college-age kids, that kind of 8-year gap of or 8-year range of people who prefer telehealth. They like being on screen. It feels safer to not be so close and up close with someone and be vulnerable, that it feels a little safer to be vulnerable across a screen.
For some people in our communities, like disabled people, the pandemic didn't change much in terms of how separated and segregated they were from their community to begin with.
Something both Street and Ryan say they are hopeful will change as we find new ways to interact with each other and those who are both alike and different from us.
This has really shown us how much we really do need each other, and how important community is for our physical and mental health, and how being separated from one another really has been distressing to people, because we really are social creatures and we need other people, and being separated from each other doesn't work long term.
When the COVID-19 pandemic struck our world, many Americans were told to take their work home with them. This created a new wave of employees who were working remotely for the first time in their lives.
The pandemic certainly has brought into play a lot of people that maybe didn't have online experience before, and so certainly broadband and technology has tremendous benefits, but it also brings challenges and even a burden of securing your information online.
Ryan Johnson is the Director of Information Technology at Connected Nation. He's responsible for managing and overseeing IT infrastructure and technical resources used by the nonprofit's staff in cities and towns across the country.
Connected Nation is a company that does leverage the ability to work remotely and to allow our users to travel around the country, or to the benefit of working from home. But with that, it does bring challenges. to administer and manage those resources and also protect them in the online environment.
Johnson has navigated the security challenges of managing a remote workforce for years and offers some important advice.
Passwords are a necessary evil, and a lot of people just take the easy way and make a simple password or use their pet's name or their kid's name, but you should really avoid that. You should look for ways to create strong passwords, ones that aren't dictionary words or other common things. Passphrases are a good way to do that, but something that's memorable to you, but then doesn't necessarily mean something to someone else.
He also suggests using two-factor validation when available.
There's a number of ways that works, but it actually requires that your password have another piece of information to allow you to access the account.
Johnson warns that your email is often an easy in for spammers who are looking to get your personal details, like your social security number, passwords, and more.
One common way that information is divulged is through emails. Phishing tactics. Phishing is literally that. They're trying to see what kind of information they can get from you. And so they implement a number of ways.
The key to protecting yourself is to avoid opening emails from contacts you don't know. And if it's from a company you do business with, to call them rather than respond online. Take your time.
One easy way to help protect against that is just being slow to respond to emails. Some people, one big tactic is to incent this sense of urgency, that you need to respond to something so that your account isn't compromised or so that something negative doesn't happen to you.
Another important and easy to implement tip is to avoid pop-ups.
There are tactics out there where there's pop-ups and it tells you your computer needs this update or this patch or this fix to prevent some kind of an issue. By clicking that link, instead of protecting your system, you're actually contributing to the fraudulent claim that they may be trying to make. Being careful about only updating your systems from known websites.
Johnson is not only an IT security whiz, he's also a father of 5 children, ranging in age from 4 years old to 21. He says it's critical to also teach your kids how to be safe while online.
Certainly you can set boundaries with technologies like you do with anything. You try to protect your kids from things you know they can be harmed by. Also, you have to educate them on things themselves that can protect them and keep them safe even if you're not around and watching.
He believes one of the best ways to protect your kids is to be upfront about the potential dangers of the internet.
Communication is a key. Having an open relationship with your kids, talking about the things that they should and shouldn't do, and also letting them know that you're monitoring and watching those things.
And now that children are being exposed to technology at younger ages than ever before, it's important for parents to emphasize how what children post now can impact their futures.
The digital footprint that they create now can follow them for a long time. Things they do online, even if they delete it or think it's gone, may not necessarily be the case, and they can come back to, not necessarily haunt them, but they can come back to be a problem later in the future when they thought those things were in the past.
As technology evolves, Johnson says there will continue to be new and different forms of online dangers and risks.
People out there are looking for a number of ways to innovate and continue to try to get information, to try to get access to systems, to try to get whatever they can that will benefit them.
But if you take a few important steps to protect yourself while online, you can navigate the internet safely.
So I would say definitely the benefits of technology far outweigh the risk. It's like with anything, there are inherent risks in the things you do in your daily life. It's having a certain level of education yourself, understanding the things that you're doing, the things that you're exposing yourself to, and then doing what you can to protect yourself.
I'm Emily Buck, coming to you live from the RFD TV studios in the American Farm Bureau headquarters. Today we've been having an important conversation about digital connectivity in America, but now we're going to take a look beyond our borders to better understand global internet access. Let's meet our panelists. We have Tom Kautsky, a Senior Connectivity Policy Advisor at the Center for Digital Development in the USAID Global Development Lab. As a member of the Digital Inclusion team, Tom works to build connected, digitally inclusive, and internet-empowered societies in USAID countries. We also have John Davies, who is a Connected Nation board member and a retired vice president of World Ahead at the Intel Corporation. In that role, Mr. Davies formed and led the World Ahead program, which focused on internet for education, healthcare, consumers, and small business in emerging markets. Finally, we have Eric Graham, director of the North America Division for Government and Regulatory Engagement for OneWeb. Mr. Graham's focus is primarily in the United States, Canada, and portions of the Caribbean. Thank you so much, everyone, for being here today. Now, Tom, let's start with you. Help us understand what the situation is like in the developing countries that USAID works with and what the digital strategy is for them.
Well, thank you, Emily, first of all. And also, before I begin, let's say congratulations to Connected Nation and all the leadership for 20 years of service. I've had the honor and privilege to be affiliated with Connected Nation for a good part of my career. And so it's just quite an honor to be invited here to share today. What's interesting when we think about the internet in developing countries, not even half, or about half of the population of the world has used the internet. 3.8 billion people have not. And I know Connected Nation kind of attracts a lot of data junkies, but that's a very loose definition of what it means to be an internet user. If somebody texts you a link to a YouTube video and you click on it and you do that once a month, you're considered to be an internet user. In the least developed countries in the world, only about 20% of the population has ever used the internet. There are significant divides between men and women, between rural and urban populations, much like what we see in the United States, but the problems are a lot starker. In least developed countries, about only 14% of the women, adults, have used the internet in their lifetime. So this is, an important problem for the world, but it also is interesting and important for the United States too, because we share a common digital future with countries around the world. The way we've approached helping countries get online in a reliable, responsible manner really is an outgrowth of a lot of the work that we've done at Connected Nation in my career before joining USAID a few years ago. Last year we released a digital strategy where we talk about building open, inclusive, and secure digital ecosystems in communities around the world. I'll tell you, that is essentially the same strategies that we use at Connected Nation in places like Alaska, Puerto Rico, Nevada, and Texas.
Now, John, you've also worked with countries around the world helping with broadband connectivity. Tell us a little bit about Intel's World Ahead program and how that's working to build sustainable development.
Thank you, Emily. It's a delight to be here. Intel, we had a mission which was to have technology touch the lives of everyone on the planet. That didn't mean to say they own technology, but they could interact with it in some way and use it when it would impact them. And so under that umbrella, I ran a program called World Ahead, and heavy focus on emerging markets, but a lot of the techniques applied in mature markets as well. And the country teams that we had in the mature markets and the developing economies would run the whole gambit of these programs when they were applicable there. At any point in time, we had about 100 World Ahead programs going on every year around the world. And you'd get to see these, and you'd get to see what works well and what didn't work as well. And what we'd find is, if a program was sustainable, that to us meant if there was a local need and you could create a local value out of that need for the people, that was a sustainable program versus a program we'd give you a program and you didn't really care about it. It wouldn't last very long. So a need and a sustainable. So some examples of this. One of the early programs I worked with was Intel Teach, which was training teachers. And that was an amazing program because our CEO, actually our chairman at the time, Craig Barrett, says we're going to train 1 million teachers around the world. Well, alone, 10 million teachers. Alone, once you get to 10 million, what do you do with that program? And so the business side of Intel, which is what I was representing, teamed up with the philanthropy side that was doing the teacher training and said we need a program for transforming education. How can we work together to bring that forward? So you needed content, you needed devices, you needed training, which the philanthropy group was doing, you needed content and curricula, and you needed broadband. And so how can we bring all those pieces together and make it sustainable in countries? I'll have an example of that later. A really good one was in India, where in India they wanted to reach villages and people that weren't connected at all. And so we worked with Kerala State, and they had where ladies would set up PCs, 2 PCs, a printer scanner in the village, and they'd use this to provide internet services to the people there. How do I get on the government program, the 100 hours work a year, which they, the 100 days work a year, which they were guaranteed? How do I access the government services? How do I register a birth? How do I become part of this community? And so you have 2 ladies there in a village would manage these computers, and people would get their time on it and their train. And what they realized with this in Kerala State is it was working beautifully, and it was sustainable because it was a service. So the ladies would be charged, they'd charge for the service a small amount, here's your list of services and here's what they cost. And they would earn maybe $100 between 2 people, which was a really good salary in India. So pretty quickly everyone liked that, and it expanded to 10,000 internet village points across India. When I went to see one of these, what actually shocked me was not just the services, how well they were running every day, sometimes through the evenings and nights, but was people would tell me, hey, I learned the computer from this service center, and I got a job here because of that, or I got a job in the store. And so it was creating not just the 10,000 points, the jobs there, 22,000 jobs, but it was the people that were learning that were also getting jobs. That was sustainable, and it, beyond the government helping set that up until doing the training, it didn't need anything. It ran itself, and it grew faster and faster. So that was a sustainable program that made money for the local people, so they wanted it.
We love hearing those success stories for local communities. That's so important. Now, in some of these areas that are hard to reach, laying fiber, certain types of infrastructure may not be an option. Now, Eric, tell us a little bit about how OneWeb's latest work can help fill that gap with satellite technology.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Emily. And to hear Tom and John's stories and the tangible things that happen when people have access, it drives home the importance of what Connected Nation has done for 20 years in pushing connectivity out there and helping people get this kind of access. But as we've heard, half of the world still lacks access to the internet, much less broadband type speeds. And so what OneWeb is doing is driving the connectivity throughout the world that powers these things that Tom and John have been speaking of. So OneWeb is a satellite broadband internet provider. And when people hear that, they immediately think of the satellite internet service that has been around for years and years. And it's very different. Just like you wouldn't compare a fiber connection today to the twisted copper pairs of 30 years ago, you can't compare today's low Earth orbit satellite internet service to the legacy service from years ago. What makes it different? Well, years ago, you'd send up a single satellite that would pick a point over the Earth, and it would match its orbit around the Earth with the speed of the Earth's rotation and sit over that one point on the Earth at an orbital altitude of about 22,000 miles. It was a big satellite, and it would provide slow and sometimes lagging connections for internet access. Well, time marches on, technology advances, and what we have the capability to do today is to launch a network of satellites that don't sit over a single point on the Earth, but that have their own orbits around the Earth, and that don't orbit at 22,000 miles above the Earth, but more like 750 miles above the Earth, and some are even closer. The difference that makes is tremendous. We're able to provide internet speeds of 50, 100, 150 megabits per second downstream, not at best efforts like a consumer grade product, but an enterprise grade product where that's committed bandwidth that's available 99.95% of the time. It's a level of reliability that's never before been seen, and it's a terrestrial-like level of reliability. And we do this with extremely low latency that is as fast as a terrestrial wireless network, for instance. And so what OneWeb is doing currently is providing this service in Alaska, in Arctic and some subarctic regions as we continue to build out our constellation. It will be complete by the end of next year, and everywhere on Earth we'll have global coverage from OneWeb. Anywhere you are on Earth, if you have a line of sight to the sky, you'll have access to these types of speeds, which connects that half of the world's population that has been lacking connectivity, and it offers the opportunity for everything that Tom and John have been talking about and more.
Certainly an exciting opportunity, something to look forward to on the infra side structure of this conversation. Now, we know that actual infrastructure is certainly important, but in some areas there's also a need for programs that take that extra step, that extra bit of education to really help people utilize the infrastructure. Now, Tom, USAID has several, including the Women Connect Challenge. Tell us how that supports communities.
Certainly, and I think this is a great time to be having this conversation, especially the week that the president signed the bipartisan infrastructure law, because it is bringing an unprecedented investment into American communities to expand broadband, not from just infrastructure, but also through programs like the Digital Equity Act to really bring communities the resources they need to help utilize the infrastructure in a much better way. The Women Connect Challenge is a program that actually was born out of frustration. I was served with Connected Nation until 2016, joined USAID in that year, and we were looking at some numbers around the world, and had seen that, I noted before that women adopt the internet around the world and in developing countries, particularly Africa and South Asia, significantly lower rates than men. And one thing that was worse is that this had been noticed by companies like Intel, by Microsoft, had been doing work trying to bridge this gap, literally with very little success. And to the point that from 2016 to 2019, what we call the gender digital divide in developing countries was actually getting larger. Men were adopting the internet at a faster rate than women, so the gap between those that were connected and those that were not connected was growing. And as society digitizes, we all saw this in COVID, what is life like if you can't, if government services increasingly move online, if you're just trying to do something like get through your daily life and you don't have internet access or the ability to use a mobile network, you actually run the risk of falling further behind. So we saw this as a really an important and frankly urgent challenge. And then we got to thinking about what possible solutions would be. It's like, and I kind of crawled back onto the days and the work that we did with Connected Nation, where in small towns and rural communities like those that are watching this right now, we know that it was local institutions. It was usually like the public library that had come up with solutions in terms of trying to reach people with technology at the time they need it. Libraries will talk about this being point of need. The real challenge for a multi-billion-dollar international aid donor is we don't know where those entities are. The local public library system, which in the United States is a treasure that we should really all extremely value very highly, in many countries around the world are actually not really fully employed and utilized. So we actually set up a challenge, a competition, where we said we're looking for local organizations that are taking care of local problems. There are places in India where the local community has made it illegal for women to use cell phones. And how do you attack the social norms and the challenges and really these barriers that women in these communities face, that if they're seen using a cell phone, people will start talking and start wondering what they're doing with it? How do you change those barriers? So the Women Connect Challenge really directly went to that core social norms challenge that we faced. I'll give one example of a successful project is with a group of women called AFCHICs. It's a great name. These are self-taught women network engineers who, with a very little bit of help from organizations like the Internet Society and with tiny equipment donations from companies like Cisco, are basically building internet networks, wireless broadband internet networks that connect up to satellite services where it's where appropriate for what we call backhaul. But these were women teaching each other how to put up a satellite tower in their community, in the middle of an agricultural community, on top of a community center, and then run the network themselves. And that's a in providing that service. And we see dramatic change in the 6 countries where AFCHICS is actually building these networks in these communities. So that's just an example of how we're trying to take a lesson from what we picked up in the United States in our domestic policy, applied internationally to build our friends and allies.
You know, speaking of lessons learned, you know, John, you've had this experience as well about how important it is to have those local champions in place in communities, and also to share the lessons learned so that, you know, each country isn't rebuilding the same wheel, if you will. Talk a little bit about that.
Yes, so there's 2 examples I have of local champions. And given Tom's focus on the ladies on the internet, I'll actually invert the order so I can continue. One of them was in Africa. There was a big corporate affairs engine, that was the big philanthropy side of Intel, moved some of the focus from training to ladies on the internet and getting girls on the internet. And we brought up a program there. I was on the Broadband Commission, and one of the commissioners there was the Telecom Commissioner for Nigeria. And we created a program with the commissioner. It was actually funded, Intel did the training. The funding was done by a big NGO. I think Rockefeller Center did a lot of the funding. Rockefeller Foundation did the funding. And we launched this with the telecom minister at World Economic Forum in Abuja in Nigeria. So that would have been about 2014. And the program was She Will Connect. There was another program there called She Will Code. These was aimed at girls in schools and ladies to get them connecting. And the most interesting thing was announcing it at World Economic Forum. The minister was behind this. It was her program. She was in the country. She became the champion of the program. And so they could look at a female minister of technology. The girls wanted to connect, and she had the program. But what was just as interesting is other countries came up to us after the launch and said, why don't you do that in my country? I need that program in Kenya. Why can't I have it in Rwanda? And what about this program? And so the local telecom minister helped spread that word and become a local champion. A really good one on education was Portugal. Portugal was the first country I knew that every student in school, every teacher got a computer, and it started in 2009. And it started when I remember donating a few computers all around the world, and we filled a classroom up. And they looked and said, that's pretty nice, but we can make this bigger. So Portugal actually did this for every student there and every teacher, computers, curricula. They did the local final assembly, load the software, do the repairs, local companies, local software companies, translate the curricula, and the telecom minister there, or actually the regulator, became the champion for this since he had access to the Prime Minister and the funds. But bringing that around the world became interesting because they take it to Latin America. I say, look, we've done to transform education in Portugal. You know, the kids take the computers home, the families use them. Why don't we look at this in countries in Latin America? And Portugal was a very good leader and local champion. They ended up setting up small local final assembly lines for loading the software and the repairs on the computer in Venezuela, in Argentina, millions, and they were copying the same programs. So it almost become a technology transfer for trade, you know, trading program. I'll give you the technology, I'll set you up, you have products that you'd sell to us, and it became part of that. It spread over Latin America very, very quickly. It became the fastest adopting subcontinent for educations in school that we were working with. And that was because Portugal was a leader, but they led Latin America into this and helped them with the technology. So that's a local champion. Now, sometimes sharing that, both examples, the ministers or the regulators were sharing it with other countries. I was on the Broadband Commission, I'd go there and you'd maybe fund the lunch and get a few minutes to talk with all the commissioners, or you do it at Telecom World, or you do it at Education World Forum in London where 100 ministers were there, and you'd be part of that, we'd be one of the sponsors, and you'd get time to share those practices with many ministers, many regulators. You'd be in their meetings to share these, and you get questions after them, and how do you do this? And that, so that was really our sharing. We had websites, we had blueprints, we had lots of best practices. But sometimes the face-to-face sharing, if you could get in the forums with lots of people there, they were really powerful.
Absolutely. And I mean, these programs are so important for changing lives, and I just want to come back to that real quick. Changing lives, so important. We take things for granted here in the U.S. and in these countries. It's just foundational to the changes they're trying to make. Now, coming back to you, Eric, OneWeb's looking towards global coverage, you said, next year. How do you see the conversation, the international conversation, changing once this additional opportunity for connectivity becomes available?
Well, in areas previously, satellite internet would cover specific regions, right? A single satellite over a single region, like we discussed. And now, with the dawn of these constellations, where one satellite covers a different part of the world every 30 minutes, global harmonization becomes so much more important. And so I think you have to regulate, I think you have to not regulate, and then I think you have to stay out of the way. And here's what I mean. So regulations globally need to be harmonized so that operators can configure their networks to make sure that what applies in one country applies in the next country and the next country after that. And that requires conversations that already take place in various forums around the world. But what it also requires is that countries don't take exceptions to decisions that are made by these global bodies, but remain consistent with the global bodies so that you don't become an outlier, but that you stay with the group and you make it easier for providers, satellite providers specifically, to deliver this connectivity. Then don't regulate. The second point. Because the way satellite constellations work today are so different, there are some urges from regulators to try to force things into previous regulatory regimes. That doesn't work when you have definitions that are 30 years old that apply to things that don't operate the same way that that previous networks did. And then stay out of the way. I think for everybody involved, there's a point at which if you've had access to this technology and you know how it works, you think you know what's best in a region. And so I think our task, and the task of everyone who wants to help provide connectivity to the world, is make the connectivity available, show the populations how it works and how to access it, but don't tell them what to do with it. People in developing nations have ingenuity that is beyond what we can imagine, having had access to this technology for virtually all of our lives. Let them have access, show them how it works, and they will decide how that technology can best improve their lives.
Now we've got just a few more minutes here, but coming back to you, Tom, on the regulatory side, from the administrator's point of view, there's some geopolitical issues at play here. How do these competing views from the government come into play?
Well, it's actually building off of what Eric said. I mean, the coming year is going to be a really important year with regard to how the internet evolves and grows over time. As technology has advanced, the capabilities of the networks that support internet access have advanced, increasingly according to Moore's law, which was coined by Intel's chairman. We're actually really on the edge where different visions of what the internet should be is a debate that's happening around the world. The decisions that countries make in, say, in Ethiopia or in Nigeria or in South Africa really matter for the choices for people in Sugar Land and Portland and Washington, D.C. I mean, one of the things that we have to be vigilant about is ensuring that the vision for the internet, which is open, interoperable largely, reliable and secure, is one that we have all grown up with and have gotten used to, the ability to see and use the internet in any lawful way. There are countries around the world that have banned the use of Twitter, that shut down the internet the first time there's a hint of civil unrest or that there's an election. These competing visions are something that we really need to be mindful of and that the administration is taking seriously. But also I want the audience to understand that this matters to how the internet will grow and evolve over the next decade or so, are decisions that are being made right now around the world, not just in Washington, D.C.
Now, again, just real quick here, John, just want to give you a chance to touch on this. You served on the International Telecom Union, which helps, provide some guidance for it. How did that work?
Well, I didn't spend the time focusing on security and privacy and areas like that. When you went into the emerging markets, you would find that 5% of the people were connected and 95% of the people were unconnected. And so I worked with the regulators on the programs to connect more people. And you'd sit at the regulators meeting in ITU, the Telecom World, or the regulators' global conferences, And you'd realize that in the US, we've been very lucky in the application of the spectrum fees and the universal service funds, and the E-rates have provided hundreds of millions and billions to connect the people. In countries that have universal service funds, or that, we'd look at this in ITU numbers and say there's 90 countries that have this, and by the way, 20 of them are spending it on connecting more people. Or the spectrum fees are going not to the regulator but to the finance minister, and they're subsidising sugar and fuel in the country. And so we'd have the conversations about how are you going to connect your people. And when you had a program there, we talked with the regulators about how to do this, and it gave them an impetus and a program they could take to the finance minister, take to the deputy prime minister, and start using it for connecting people, as opposed to it just became part of the general budget. And so that was the conversation we had all the time. An example was a minister in Colombia, 1 million tablets from the spectrum fees to the Class D Colombians, salary A, B, C, D, E. Those are pretty low income Colombians. It took them from about 5% internet penetration to about 40% in one move, just one single move. And you'd see that in many, many places. You'd see countries, I'm going to implement the universal service fund, the phone tax for universality, and actually spend it on connecting people. So that was the conversations we had all the time, and I found it to be unbelievably responsive. But you needed a program like the programs Connected Nation does, the programs we spoke about, and if you had that, you had a pitch to get a program going and get some of the funds applied. So that was where I spent all of my time, and I'm actually very glad I did, actually.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it's important to have great folks in important spots to be able to make these things happen. And thank you so much to all of you for participating on this panel. So much great perspective as we look beyond our borders. On behalf of Connected Nation, the national nonprofit that organized today's conversation on the digital divide, I'd like to thank everyone in our audience, the panelists you've heard throughout the day, our sponsors, and all those who took part in the stories we've shared. If we've learned anything today, it's that we can do great things and help more people by working together. To learn more about Connected Nation's mission and work, just head over to connectednation.org.
One of the advantages of Connected Nation, have done this for 20 years in 42 states and a U.S. territory, quite literally, from Barrow, Alaska to San Juan, Puerto Rico. We have seen the digital divide in almost every measure.